It has.
Yeah, well, he certainly got the pit board. 1 lap to go.
1.9. I think he's got enough up his sleeve.
Yeah. Well, they had a 3 on the board, so that would have.
It's going to get close, very close.
But here comes Kio Watson.
I think there's a challenge on here. Last lap, Scott Honeychurch. What have you got up your sleeve? I know he doesn't have the same straight line speed as the Ducati, so I wouldn't be surprised to see an overtake on the back straight.
We've got 1 turn to go down onto this straight.
Oh, well, looked like Kio Watson a little wide. May have lost some grip. It'll be challenge under brakes.
Oh, and dives down the inside.
What can Scott Honeychurch do through the sweeper? He's going to go for it. Is there room? Beautiful move, Scott Honeychurch. And he'll just pick up the win.
Wow. Half a bike length. Scott Honeychurch from Kio Watson.
Brilliant work, both riders. Corey Turner, third.
Steve Harley. And then this battle with Tim Pott. Yeah. That's got his nose in front at the moment.
Peter Belchambers and Karen Webb. Great ride from Karen Webb.
Yeah, she had an accident recently, and she was telling me the other day she's just struggling to come back a little bit. But Karen's been around a long, long time.
Without giving away too much.
Yeah.
And that must be Glenn Kettle.
Glenn Kettle on that very tidy Rothmans Honda replica paint job.
Yeah, I was just talking the other day to a few people about how wonderful some of the old tobacco sponsorship schemes were. You know, the Rothmans Honda, the Camel,
Marlboro, of course, yeah.
The list goes on. It's Lucky Strike.
Yeah, we have Winfield.
And Winfield, of course, yeah. In fact, reminds me of watching Scott Stadmel riding around here on the Winfield Hondas.
Yes. Yeah.
With Troy Corser, I think, might have been teammate at the time.
Yes, he was. Michael O'Connor had a ride with the team. Mick O'Connor's father was my best man at my wedding.
Is that right?
Yeah, all those things a lifetime ago now. Yeah, it was great, the sponsorship, the tobacco companies. I've not smoked for 40 years, so it never influenced me. I don't know whether you'd stop smoking Marlboro and then go and have Rothmans or something like that if somebody won the world championship.
Oh, look, there's no doubt it did influence people, and I'm not saying that it was a good thing to have tobacco brands in front of everyone, but all I'm saying is they had some wonderful colour schemes.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Rothmans Hondas, just delicious.
Yeah. The one I liked that people didn't realise it was tobacco was Skull Bandit.
Was that tobacco?
Chewing tobacco.
I did not know that. Okay. Well, I think the HB team, was that?
Yeah, no, they were. Oh.
The yellow and red HB.
Yes. Yeah, reeling those boys in front of him. So Sleehoff, Hughes. And as they get on the gas going up the hill, the 350 doesn't stay with them.
No, that usually sorts them out. That steep hill.
But Ted's been riding quite well lately. I've seen him at a few race meetings this year, and I know he has turned 70, so he's quite enjoying the not falling off business.
So last lap board being readied. Our race leader, Rob Mariner, now picks up the last lap. So barring any mistakes, he's got this one in the bag. Very comfortable lead, out to 10 seconds.
Yeah, Sleehoff doing a great job there.
Outstanding. Oh, a bit of a challenge. Oh, yeah, I thought that might come
got
to
somebody
grief.
down.
Yeah, it's...
and we can't see them.
Saw that one coming. I think that was
way.
Ches, actually. Look for a run up the inside, and like I was saying before, that gap can close very quickly on you, and unfortunately, clip the rear of the bike in front, and next thing you know, you're in the mud.
And I'm guessing with these conditions, it won't be the last one we'll see hitting the deck today.
No. I think you're going to be right with that one. Let's just hope that Ches, I think it's Ches.
Well, I'm looking for our race leader. Where's Bob Mariner now?
About to get the checkered flag.
Comfortable win.
Very, very convincing win. Great ride.
And he seemed quite pleased with that. Clenched fist. Sleehoff is next on the Triumph. And then Ted Maddiford. So we must have lost Rob Williams in that instance. So there must have been two of them got, Ches and Rob Williams.
I think Rob ran off on the grass. He's parked up there at the top of the S's, actually, by the looks of it, at the flag point. Is that Rob Williams up there? And Ches is pushing his bike back towards the pits now on the outside of turn 1.
Yep. So there'll be profanities under the visor, I'm guessing, over there at the moment. No.
Well, as long as both the guys are okay and hopefully they can get back out on track, it's the main concern that they're both okay.
T120 Triumph of Sleehoff.
So tell me about the T120. The Thunderbird origins, are they? Or?
Well, yeah. Well, Bonneville's, but it's got the red number plate, so I'm not sure what size it's going to be. It's got to be above 750, I'm guessing, to have a red number plate.
650. Oh, sorry, no, wrong bike.
Number 60.
I don't have that information in front of me, so no, I'm going to have to be left guessing on that one.
Oh. Well, it's certainly a twin. Yeah, it's not a Trident or anything, but they were only 750 as well. So.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, it's come all the way from West Australia. Yeah, we had the Southern Classic a couple of weeks ago, and we've got a husband and wife that regularly turn up twice a year from WA.
Is that right?
And driving over, dragging the caravan and the bike in the back.
That's commitment for you.
But, yeah, in the retirement business, same as me, and it's like, we're going to have the same thing for tea tonight as I would have if I was at home.
I did a Australian Historics at Barbagallo a few years back, and absolutely loved the drive across the Nullarbor.
Yes.
Not that I want to do it too regularly, but the trip over there and the event was one of the best. Absolutely loved it.
I remember talking to Brian Starring's dad, and they used to just drive it like every ARRC round, and it was just
wow.
So Williams is just paddling back, so the engine's a non-runner.
Well, there's a small amount of contact when Ches tapped his rear from behind. It's good to see Ches up on his feet, pushing his bike back. So hopefully that means both boys are going to be back out on track. So just while we have a bit of a pause, maybe your insights into the state of historic racing in Australia at the moment. Do you see it in limbo or still progressing?
After COVID, it was very, very much down. I can't believe that we don't. The blue ribbon class was always 500 classics, and we'd have 10 Manx Nortons and 5 G50s and all that sort of stuff, and we don't see them anymore. I think the bikes are probably worth too much money. You know, people were buying like a Molinar Manx or something like that, but they were $60,000. You know. Yeah, a few people. It tends to be an older cohort that does that class because you want to be in historic racing. You want something that when you were a kid, you know, and couldn't afford one.
Absolutely.
And that's why that's why there's FZs and all the, lots of different classes. The clubs have got to change along with the people that are members of their club. You know, I did the Southern Classic 3 weeks ago, and they don't run period 6. And period 6 would be the one, you'd want to run a race meeting and include period 6 because you get the difference between making money and not making money.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I don't, but I think it's the age of the people, perhaps the age and value of some of the older classic bikes, and people want to run. A friend of mine in his 70s went out and bought a little CB250. Run that, you put fuel in it. I bought one for $2,500. It's just cheap as chips racing.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, it's certainly with some of the more rare or competitive bikes, it's very difficult and expensive to build them up.
And lots of guys from years ago, I always call them the guys that like to tinker with things. They'd spend 14 nights in a row in the shed tinkering with the thing to get it going. Those people, there's still a few of them around, but they won't be for much longer.
No. And some of these bikes, you just don't buy parts off the shelf for them anymore. You've got to be a tinkerer to get them up and running, which is part of the enjoyment of it, of course. But it does add that extra element of challenge and difficulty. But credit to the guys who do it and roll up to these events and not only put on great racing, but give us some fantastic bikes to look back on and memories of yesteryear.
Mm-hmm. And we were just saying the VJMC display down there. I'm just looking at the Katana and the Z1. I'll get the ferry home and take both those with me and not fly on Monday.
Yeah, like the Z1, what an iconic motorcycle.
Yes, I never owned one. I had a Suzuki water bottle probably when they came out. But there were lots of things. It was when the Honda 4 came out. They were better than anything I'm going to say made in Britain. We probably shouldn't say that here this weekend, but
Well, I think you'll get away with that. I won't.
yes, it was. But that was the end. The British motorcycle industry slowly committed suicide, by not adapting.
It's produced some magnificent road races over the years, though, as we were chatting about earlier. Certainly some quality riders have come out of UK racing over the years.
Yes, yeah.
And real characters.
And we've not had a 500 champion since Barry Sheen.
No, come close.
But it goes round and comes round. But I believe the reason that the Italians and the Spaniards are so good is because they started junior racing.
Oh, without a doubt.
And the future, I was involved in junior racing 25 years ago. I ran it in Victoria. Tony Hatton ran it in New South Wales. And it was like, but the kids, they're going to be doing whatever speed it was, and they won't know how to cope. Just come on, watch the kids,
Yeah, exactly right.
It's just, they're just fabulous, and it is the future.
It's good to see the class developing in Australia. It's a really important feeding class to the bigger group.
Yes.
But we are up against it here in Australia. The most successful international road races coming out of Australia tend to get over there very young, very early.
Yeah, I say to the parents these days, I say, you've got to be 12 years old and you've got to decide whether you're going to move and live in Spain for the next 2 years, and you've got to have a wheelbarrow full of cash.
100%. When you look at Jack Miller, Casey Stoner, they got over there as kids.
Yeah. Wayne Gardner's son Remy.
Yep.
Yeah. You have to go. Yeah.
In fact, Wayne was almost the exception. He got over there in his early 20s, I guess. He wasn't a junior.
Oh, yeah.
But his son Remy,
yes,
definitely.
So Brett Metcalf on pole position. Better mention the Atajara Club. I think Brett's dad's the elder of the Atajara Club, I think, these days. Lech Budinak's there. Pobjoy's there.
Brett Metcalf, no stranger to historic racing either.
No. He's
very experienced rider.
Yeah, he's in his 50s these days. I think I've been commentating 30 odd years, and I think I'm not saying he was in the first race, but he's certainly been there for more than 30 years. So Garth Francis on the Esso.
Sean Rugen there in P3, is it? On 51?
Yes,
it is.
I caught up with Sean on Thursday, and because he was a Tasmanian originally.
Always good having a chat with Sean.
Yeah, lives in Bris Vegas these days.
Well, we're about ready for a start. Oh.
Metcalf takes the lead. He's been talking about coming and winning an Australian Championship for years. If anybody could win one, I'd love to see Brett do it. He's put in a lot of miles, a lot of hard work. Works on his own bikes.
Bit of congestion there at the bottom of the hill. There's 5 or 6 in there, sorting themselves out. Is that Brett Metcalf in the lead?
Liar. Off and gone. Yes, he was. His dad worked with Billy Horsman. There's a blast from the past. And Brett sort of spent lots of time talking to Bill about how to do things and how to set bikes up.
Well, he certainly got it set up because he's flying there at the moment. But Sean Rugen coming through into second place. He looks like he's got some speed on. Oh, but out-braked at the end of the straight.
Well, you had about a 7-second lead because I was counting them, but...
So Brett Metcalf crosses the line to complete the first lap. Then we have...
Lech Budinak.
Wow, good start there from Lek. Then Sean Rugen.
And it is Ted Madderford on the 7R. Running with the TZs.
Wow, how about that?
Like, I think we should video this for you, Ted. Because he's part of the Team Africa boys.
Yes, okay.
There's not many of them here this weekend, but well, he's got Sean Rugen on the 250 GP bike behind the 7R. That doesn't work for me.
Sean showed he has plenty of straight line speed, but he's just had a bike come up the inside of him into Calvin's corner, as we call it, the corner coming onto the back straight.
I didn't like the look of him yesterday. It was like there was something wrong, but
Certainly got some straight line speed. Look at that. And does actually hold the position now under brakes. Runs a little wide though, Sean.
Well, Lek Budinak, Ted Madderford, and then that's Garth Francis.
Look at the lead for Brett Metcalf. He's out to 12 seconds already with 3 laps to run.
And nearly ran off here.
Yeah.
Outbraked himself.
He's probably looking around going, is this race running or has it been stopped?
Big Danny Ahern just going through there. So Metcalf doing himself an absolute treat this weekend. A little bit better through there, right to the edge of the circuit.
Good battle here in second place. So that's
well, that's Garth Francis on the SO.
So he's come through to get the better of Lek Budinak.
Lek's in 4th place now. But I suppose a TZ round here is a bit more of a handful than perhaps a 500 single and a 350 single would be.
I think so, particularly with a very little narrow power band.
Just watching the boys coming through there. That's the Royal Enfield just going through, the Bullet.
So last lap board up now for race leader Brett Metcalf.
And I reckon he's going to lap them at least the last 2.
Yeah, he's certainly reveling in these conditions. Just looks like he's on rails there at the moment, riding beautifully.
Garth Francis is cleared off from Madderford. Budinak's just a fraction back. Rugen's the next man. That's Andrew Pobjoy.
Yeah.
From Narry Warren in Victoria. Big Nick Berry, another man from the Adajara Club.
And then Will Croft.
He's from West Australia. And they're still coming. It's Joe Valancisi. I've not seen Joe for a couple of seasons. I think he's been working and had to pay for all this stuff.
But race leader and winner, Brett Metcalf, just gets the checkered flag, so almost coasting over the line. He's got more than 15 seconds up his sleeve.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Got a bike stop there at the top of turn 1. I did hear a backfire as it went over the start finish line. Almost sounded like it had a bit of water in the electricals.
44. Rolling down the hill, so that's Ronald Funk, I think. Was he out there?
Is it 44? It's not showing on our timing screens. 44.
Oh, that's what I thought. And he's disappeared now.
On the other side of the pedestrian bridge. He's just pushed it back in there, the ambulance, if you can pick that one up.
I struggled with two fellas yesterday with the same number, and
yeah.
I was trying to work out whether one had got a red helmet or something, but never got it worked out in my head. Joe Balancisi comes home.
Well, LC Yamaha.
Yeah, the Christmas meeting at Mac Park for the South Australian Historic Championships, we used to get a full grid of bikes, RD250s. It was great. And you'd have the blokes out the front, the next gang were chasing them, and then you'd have the blokes round the back had somebody to chase us. But full grids bikes, that's...
It was great racing in that period, and think of the great racers who have come through that production class racing. From the LCs then to the RZ series here in Australia, the RZ Master Series.
Buster Saunders won a world championship. Went to Italy and won the thing at.
Yeah, well, there's just no end of great riders who graduated from those classes. Gary McCoy.
Oh yeah. I can remember, I can remember Mick Doohan riding one. I remember Aaron Slight. We used to, when it was the RD series, I remember going out to Calder and improved touring, they used to call it, 250, C grade, and there'd be 3 heats of it. And then they'd have to have a final and a consolation.
Brilliant racing.
Like 100 starters and things like that.
Yeah.
It was just...
Graham Morris, one of the great small bike riders and big bike riders as well. In fact, he had to go on the 851 Ducati, I think.
Yes, he did. Yes. At one stage, I reckon Graham had ridden every sort of bike there was, and his brother Terry's here this weekend.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Graham.
Yeah, very, very capable motorcycle rider.
Yes, it's quite surprising over the years, but that, the first time I met Troy Corser was here at Baskerville.
Is that right?
In 1990, and I only know that because we talked about it a couple of months ago.
So would that be the Winfield Honda
No,
RC30 or Yamaha?
He was on his own RGV Suzuki
In 1990, was it?
1990. And it wasn't an Australian championship, but he won it, and they made it the Australian championship.
Now, there's one big name we just left out of that mix who was here riding a KR250S.
Yeah.
Troy Bayliss.
Yeah. I saw Bayliss here that weekend.
Yep.
That was the first time I'd seen Bayliss on the bitumen.
Yeah, and certainly the first time I had noticed Troy Bayliss going around, and it wasn't the last time.
Yes. Yeah, because people say, oh, well, you know some of these guys because you've been around, but they were all raggy-ass teenagers at the time in C grade.
Yep.
Yeah, they didn't just become world champions overnight. Yes, it's...
In fact, I think Troy may have been here in 92.
Was that on the RC30?
No, I thought that was on the KR1. I could be wrong.
Oh, sorry, Troy. I'm thinking I'm thinking Corsa.
Oh, sorry. No, I was
Yeah.
thinking Bayless.
It was definitely 1990
Yeah, okay.
because we stayed at the caravan park in Claremont or somewhere, I think. And,
Yeah, okay.
and walked over to the pub and had a beer. And
Sorry for anyone who this means nothing to. While we're up here reminiscing,
yeah.
we'll entertain ourselves.
Yeah, a stroll down memory lane.
Yeah. So next race group out on track is going to be, I guess that's group 7, is it? Don't have a program in front of me.
Yeah, I've got it here. I'm just. Yeah, that's the one with the Motor Guzzi in it. Yes, the one Motor Guzzi that's here this weekend. Rick Franken, and he looked pretty good yesterday.
So that's period 3, 1300, and
Yes.
period 4, 1300. They have a period 2, 500 in there potentially. But some of the earlier big capacity bikes, hence the Guzzi.
Yes, it's something we don't see terribly much of in historic racing.
No, which is a bit surprising because they certainly made some very effective sports bikes over the years.
Yes, because Australia's first road race championship won on a Motor Guzzi.
Is that
In
right?
1957, Keith Campbell. I'm surprised his nephew's not here this weekend.
I think he is.
No, he's not here. No.
Oh, I thought he'd entered. I guess that explains why my ears aren't ringing.
Yes.
It's usually got the loudest bike in the pits.
Yes.
And the joy or the misfortune of sharing a pit garage with Keith at Sydney Motorsport Park, and wonderful experience sharing the weekend with him. But my ears were pretty dead by the end of it.
And his dad stopped camping at the racetrack
See?
because he's 94, and they go to the motel now.
All right, so just about ready for a start.
So we've certainly got a mixture out there.
Rick Franken got away very nicely on bike number 11. That's the Guzzi. But up the inside there is that Jonathan Hughes?
I think it is, yes. Number 7.
Yeah, one of our locals. He knows his way around here, that's for sure. And plenty of laps.
Just a small grid in this little group. But Hughes leading the way, Franken in that second spot. Then a bit of a gap back to Owen Ward, I think.
Yeah, gingerly up over Sucker's Corner there at the moment. Appropriately named Sucker's Corner because it's completely blind and does suck you in.
I can remember that used to be Bitchupave.
Yeah, well, it's had a few different names over
Yes.
the years, but I have it on good authority that was named by Alan Moffat.
Okay.
Yeah. As Suckers.
Yes, I've not got the corners worked out in my head, but we can leave that to you. You know.
Good little battle starting here for the lead, though. Jonathan Hughes from Rick Franken.
And lots of capacity difference. It's on 7. So that would be the 750 with the red number plate. So it's probably bigger than 750.
Of Jonathan Hughes, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, it is a CB750.
But Franken's right there on the big Guzzi.
Yeah, good drive out of the top turn there. Sorry, Doug, you go.
No, I'm just saying, it's just surprising. Franken looked like he just pulled half a bike length or something like that, just on the gas a fraction earlier.
Yeah.
And coming down the straight, he's lost two bike lengths or 3 bike lengths.
I was about to say exactly the same thing. I was interested to see what the straight line speed would be like on the back straight, because he appeared to get out and pull a gap. Pull a bike length or 2 down the back, down from Suckers to Calvin's. But I can tell you, Jonathan Hughes in the lead will take some beating. He's a very experienced rider.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Franken's from.
He's a Tasmanian.
He's a
Tasmanian.
Okay,
yeah.
yeah. Well, that explains the lead that these two have got.
12 seconds already.
Owen Ward, well, he'd be the local as well.
No, Queenslander is Owen.
Okay.
Yeah. And then Brett Gray, bike 21. Danny Ahern, bike 327. And Daniel Gleeson, bike 311.
Oh, well, they're both members of the historic South Australian club, and this will be for the honour of the regiment. Yeah, I'm not going to finish up last. Danny's on the G50. Danny's on the Dominated. Oh, they're both Danny's. Danny. I am confused now.
Jonathan Hughes still keeping Rick Rankin at bay, though, with only 2 laps to go.
There's still nothing in him, though. Well, we watched them last time through. When they get to the top of the hill there, you'd nearly say that was kind of all over, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but as you say, at the top of the hill, Rick Rankin does appear to get good drive. But I don't know that he's got enough coming onto the straight to hold it and put a challenge on under brake. So exactly where they are now, just see if this gap closes. Not this time so much.
Nothing in it. And he didn't look to have the legs down the straight either. Well, the Honda versus the Moto Guzzi.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that gap's changed much. Maybe Rick Rankin's pulled in a little, but last lap board being readied, so it's all or nothing now. It's just so hard when it's wet like this. These bikes probably not giving the riders a whole lot of feedback, and you just don't know how much is too much.
Yeah. And now Franken's closing up now.
Well, it is the last lap, so as I say, it's now or never, and barring, he's just got to be so careful not to make a little mistake.
Yeah. And it's just dialing the throttle on a fraction earlier, but it's blown a bit of smoke, the Honda.
You really can't see the position changing unless there's a rider error somewhere.
And we've never seen that, have we?
Particularly on the last lap.
Yeah, 1 lap to go. Well, less than a lap to go now.
Credit to both these riders, though, riding under pressure in these conditions and both holding their composure.
Danny Ahern and Dan Gleeson, they're not going to change.
Not much in it, but it looks like Jonathan Hughes is going to pick up the win. Probably only half a second in at the end, 0.27 of a second. Yes. So good race, challenging conditions, but Jonathan Hughes has shown his experience there.
And it's a country mile back to the... that must be more than a mile.
Jonathan Hughes actually raced the 2 hour last year solo. No mean feat, 2 hours around here on a modern bike, doing very competitive lap times.
And you don't look like you get much of a breather anywhere.
You absolutely don't. A lot of fogged visors I can see down there. Not easy.
So Owen Ward and Brian Gray.
Yeah, we do sometimes talk about that here in commentary, that for those that haven't raced motorcycles before, it might be, it's pretty easy to look and say, oh, they're doing sitting out turning the throttle, but they are manhandling these bikes around, and you're almost in a squat position for the entire race. It's really hard work.
And just fogged up visors.
Oh.
I rode my road bike to Bathurst 1,000 years ago, and a friend of mine had the first laser helmet.
Oh yeah,
with the vents in it, and they won the Australian Grand Prix, and he said, have a go with this. And I rode home with this helmet on, and I rang Bruce Collins and said, can I get one of your laser helmets, mate? It was just far better than it was, than you could buy at the time, you know, not carbon fibre, the plastic thing, but a laser.
Yeah, I remember the laser helmets. I don't know how long they lasted. I don't know that they're still available. I don't believe they are.
Yeah. Bruce Collins still sells them.
Oh, really? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't seen it for years. But yeah, I certainly remember when they made an appearance. They're quite unique.
And it was a wet Bathurst, and Gavin Porteous was a good old mate of mine. We lived round the corner from each other, and if it was good enough to win, it was good enough for me to ride home wearing it.
What is Gavin up to these days?
He lives in South Australia for a good number of years. I caught up with him at Selleck's Beach. No, I caught up with him at the Sidecar 50th birthday party a few weeks ago.
Legendary Australian sidecar racer, for people who aren't familiar.
Yeah, we had a 50th birthday, and we had I've got a picture somewhere, and we had all the ex-Australian champs on the thing, just getting their photo taken. And there was, it wasn't formal dress, but you needed waders because there was a lot of BS spread around that evening. Lots of stories that people wouldn't believe unless they were there.
Quick shout out too to some of our minor sponsors, not our major event sponsors, but Reed Mobile Servicing. Richard Reed actually is behind that, and one of our club, he's a rider and a club supporter on the committee. So big thank you to Richard Reed and Reed Mobile Servicing. So too Here Safe Tasmania, one of our regular sponsors here, produces some great race quality earplugs, and for those particularly historic bikes that do tend to make a bit of noise.
Unfortunately, you will never convince some of them to do it.
No, but I fear it catches up with you. Sometimes I'm saying, what did he say? What did she say?
One of my only claims to fame in the rule book was when we started the juniors, all the juniors have to wear earplugs. It's in the rule book. And I just, but you won't be able to hear the engine. Like, yeah.
You can.
Only because you've been doing it for 500 years and you can't hear it.
Exactly right. Of course, Vintage Japanese Motorcycles, another one of our sponsors. So big thank you to them. Very appropriate that they're on board for this weekend. Plenty of vintage Japanese motorcycles around. It's fantastic to have some of these groups come on board and support these events. Really good to see it all come together.
Well, I was going to say it was nearly all Japanese, but the Bull Tacos down there. Des Heaney on the little 250 Bull Taco. And Metcalf's out there on the 250. So this is a good little bunch. They're all on similar machines.
So this has got to be our period 4 and 5, 250.
Yes.
So all the little bikes. Well, not the smallest. We do have 125s here today as well, but 250s are relatively small. But it should be quite competitive, you'd think.
I'm just looking at the field. I reckon this will be good. Metcalf's probably going to be the favourite again, but going by the way he went on the I don't know if it was might have been the 350 he was out on before, but
I'm thinking that was a blue number plate. Was it?
Yeah.
Which is 250, is it not?
350.
Is it? Oh, that's right. Green
Yeah,
is
yeah,
250, isn't it? Oh, gee, memory.
Oh yeah.
You're right. So yes, different motorcycle this time around with the green number plate. Classic race bike, the Yamaha TZ.
Mm-hmm. Lek Budinak's out on his RDLC. We've got Lindsay Russell on the 125 DT Yamaha.
Wow.
He will have a grin on his face from ear to ear because he shouldn't do what that bike does.
That's bike 71 for those spectators.
Garth Williams is there on his RDLC. Big Nick Berry on 12. Terry Morris. And Terry's on the Knickerbocker.
So can Brett Metcalf repeat?
Glenn Weddell says, I'll try and do something about it, but Metcalf's going to go around the outside.
He certainly does. The GP bike certainly showing the horsepower advantage over the production-based RDLCs.
Neil Weddell in that second spot. Lek Budinak's in third. Just trying to pick the fourth rider.
Yeah. A little hard from here with the,
Yes.
the spray coming off the bikes. We'll certainly pick them up shortly as they come down the back straight. But we do know that Brett Metcalf's the man at the moment in the lead. And as you say, Doug, going on his previous race performance.
Yes, and that's got your eye in, hasn't it, for the previous race, you know?
Oh, and confidence up. Confidence is a massive part of
Yes.
racing motorcycles.
Yeah, it's not all about turn the brain off and twist your wrist, is it?
No, that usually lasts a lap or two.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky.
Yeah, you've got to be lucky as well. Metcalf, the man from the Adajara Club. Neil Weddell, Lek Budinak. Oh, and it's Murray Seabrook I didn't recognise out there. Big Nick Berry. Terry Morris. Lindsay Russell on the DT125. Yes, it's Lindsay Russell from Sydney. Travels all over the place to different state championships. And
Just looking at bike 38, Walter Murphy there on the CB125.
yes,
That's quite ambitious.
yeah, Des Heaney, it says he's on the Beanley, but it's an old Elsinore 125.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's. Des has got stacks of motorbikes at home. A couple of years ago, we had the Southern Classic. He turned up with 7 bikes for the weekend. Turned up the following weekend with 7 different bikes for the Australian Championship.
So once again, Brett Metcalf out to a comfortable 4-second lead. A good battle here for second place.
Budinak wants to have a go at Weddell. They're both about the same sort of age, I think, those two fellas, and they've known each other for a long time, so supposedly you won't do anything stupid. Now the little DT has cleared off.
It has.
from those boys. He was dicing with them a lap or so ago, and it just dies going up the hill.
So that bike just coming down through the S's at the moment.
Yeah.
So as you say, about to hit the hill. It's quickly going to run out of breath, I think. Oh, look, it's not terrible.
That's better than I thought.
Yeah, well, me too. I was thinking he was going to struggle to make it.
A little DT 125.
Wow. So race leader just about to cross the line again. Already put a lap on. Which bike is that? Bike number 62
Des
is
Heaney on the Bull Taco.
Good battle still raging here for second between the two RDLCs.
Budinak wants to have a look going up that, but the lap rider coming in, well, Des will stay out of the way. Terry Morris, not everything doesn't seem to be going Terry's way this weekend. It's
bike number 14, Terry Morris. It's just in the S's at the moment. I think in the fluoro jacket.
top,
Yeah, that's right.
And he's got his old mate from Eldorado Seat Restorations, Tony O'Connor, with him this weekend. Good to catch up with Tony over the last couple of days. Oh, and side by side up the hill, put on a show, Terry. That's what it's all about.
Race leader Brett Metcalf just getting the last lap board. So looking like another comfortable ride so far for Brett. But look at this battle back here. Last lap between the two RDLCs. Who's going to get the better here, Doug?
Neil Weddle's a good operator, as is Leck, but I don't know whether Leck will be game to stick it up the inside. And it needs to be right with him to do that. Just dropping off a fraction, but and Neil Weddle on 5, the second bike. That bike's painted up exactly the same as it was when they originally raced it.
Is that true?
His brother used to own Footscray motorcycles, which is long gone now, but it's still got the name on the side.
Brett Metcalf, our race leader, just coming off the end of the back straight. So it's looking like another very comfortable victory. Hasn't put a wheel wrong. You say he hasn't won an Australian Championship before?
I think he has, but
certainly looks like he would.
I know he built a TZ and everything went wrong, and spent a million years in the shed getting everything right.
Well, you're right about Neil. He did get the better of Leck in the end.
Murray Seabrook.
Yeah, nice ride from Murray. Another very seasoned campaigner.
Yeah.
Nick Berry. Good battle here, just coming off the end of the back straight at the moment.
Oh, wow, that's Lindsay Russell on the DT.
Wow.
Just getting the better of Garth Williams and Marty Chambers.
And Terry Morris will hold out
38.
Is Walter Murphy.
Yes, I'm a bit surprised. I know lots of good. We've got blokes like Ben Shaw and that races in this class, and Andy Pittman's got an RDLC. You know, we've got a good field that we get in Victoria in South Australia. Yes.
So just before the next race starts, just a bit of information on next weekend. There is the Motorworks Bridgestone 2 Hour. It's a full race weekend. Obviously modern bikes, unlike today, which are the historic bikes, but it's a fantastic event. There's lots of sprint racing. There is the lights 20 lapper, lights being, as the name suggests, mixture of the smaller bikes, but 20 lapper is taken very seriously and very hard fought. It's always very entertaining, but the feature race is the 2 hour. That's your superbikes and super sport. It involves pit stops, teams, and it really is.
So what is the deal with refueling?
Well, they obviously have to come in here to pit lane. They refuel when they need to. Fuel strategy is a big part of the race because none of the bikes will do 2 hours.
Yes.
They've got to consider changing tyres if that's required. There is a lot to think about and a lot of strategy. And every year it seems there's something changes and makes it controversial or exciting. It's absolutely fantastic. Yes. And as I was saying earlier, we have had some great races down here. Last year, Australian Superbike champion Mike Jones teamed with Jeremy Huddleston, who's sitting down there on bike 40 at the moment. They took out the event. So I guess speaks to the calibre of the event that we have Australian Superbike champions come down here and compete. I'm not well. I know that Mike won't be here this year because he's racing at the Bend.
Yes.
But look, it is a fantastic event. It's well worth coming out. A bit of a change of pace from what you're seeing here today, because you're talking about current technology, bikes that want a wheel stand all the way down the back straight. It's spectacular and it's exciting. So do make your way out.
And we don't seem to have any of the endurance racing much these days. So. No,
absolutely. It's a bit of a shame because I think not only is it very interesting, it's a bit like watching Test cricket. You get to actually watch the strategies play out. Yes. But from a rider's point of view, I think it's really good to teach riders to relax and flow with the bike. Not so much like a short sprint race. You could be very aggressive and. It's tiring. I was saying before how hard it is to ride particularly these bigger bikes, and you do it for 2 hours.
And it's like I said, there's no rest at all around here.
No, particularly these big bikes, I want to pull your arms out wherever you open the gas. You see riders get off the bike after an hour and they can't stand up. They literally fall over on the grass. It's a real endurance event.
And, I've done a couple of the scooter. 50cc automatic scooter, I think, a 24-hour one.
Is that at Mount Gambier?
No, at a go-kart track in Melbourne. Oh. And the fast guy was lapping in 28 seconds. Without the computer, I had no idea who was leading. And it was, I went home to bed and came back later, and it was just... But, Mount Gambier's had a couple of the scooter races, and I couldn't believe that none of the bikes blew up. That a couple of people crashed out, but not one of the bikes. 50cc scooter on the limiter. The whole of the circuit. Yeah.
Well, our next group out is our Period 6 250, and you're going to see some pretty exciting racing here. I think quite a few 250 GP bikes. Traditionally a very, very capable fast motorcycle, but notoriously difficult to ride. I was just chatting to Jeremy Huddleston on Bike 40 before, and he was saying the power band on that 250 he's riding is about 2,000 revs wide, 2,000 RPM wide. There's nothing under it, and it comes on with a bang, and he's not sure how it's going to feel riding in the wet.
Yes, it'd be a handful around here, a proper pucker Grand Prix bike. I actually know the guy that owned that bike originally in Melbourne.
Is that right?
Yeah, it was the old Data Express bike.
Well, I think the fairings are still there in the...
Yeah, Sean was telling me.
Yeah, in Sean's garage.
It was the Data Express machine. Malcolm Callender owned it originally.
I think that's Jesse Woods on bike 314, a CBR 250. So that's a production-based bike.
So that's Kio Watson on the 125 GP bike. Oh, we've got race fairings. He was in practice fairings on 69. That's Taran Ocean. Take Coghill on the far side on a TZ250. Well, I couldn't believe how well the little 125 went in qualifying yesterday. So well,
racing not a bad start. Oh, look at the production bike from Jesse Woods up the inside. I can't think who that is in the lead though.
Kio Watson. Oh no, Kio Watson's in 4th place. Oh, it's number 6. It's Take Coghill. Yeah, that's just lost the place. So the little 125 now out in front. Well, it'd have to have double the horsepower, the 250, than the little 125. The 125 on a good day might have 40 or 44 horsepower or something like that. But
yeah, surprisingly though, again, Jeremy was telling me he's ridden both the 125s and the 250. He said the 125 does have a broader power band than the 250.
Yeah.
So while the 250 makes more power, it's more difficult to ride. But we're going to get the race order now as they cross the line for the first time. So bike 69, Taran Ocean, one of our locals.
He's Coghill, then Kio Watson, Huddleston, and then that's Jesse Woods.
Taran Ocean is actually an ex-Australian champion in 125 GP, so
right.
Explains why he's going pretty well.
Yes, I thought it was terrible when we lost the 125s and 250 Grand Prix from Australian Championships in modern racing, because everything else wasn't a race bike. But Taran Ocean looking the business. That fluoro orange colour certainly stands out. Kio Watson in that next spot. 3rd place.
At the moment though, Taran Ocean doing a outstanding job there on the the timing screen has the bike incorrectly described as CBR 250, which is not.
No, it's a Pucker Grand Prix bike. I think they weigh 72 kilos, and the riders supposedly had to be lighter. Not difficult if you're a little fella, no good if you're a member of somebody my build.
It's interesting though to see 125 out there leading the field. It just goes to show, I guess, what I was saying before about basketball not just being a horsepower track. A little bike like that, well ridden, can certainly lap well, and Taran's demonstrating that. But also, what I was saying about the 125 has a slightly broader power spread, even though it's lower power, and it's making it easier to ride in the wet. And take nothing away from Taran. He's a very, very good rider.
Yes. So it's the 2 125s, then the 2 250s, and then the Proddy bike, the little Ninja. Sean Rugen on the another 250 Yamaha.
Doug?
No, I'm just saying he's got such a comfortable lead. But 125s are all about corner speed.
Yeah, and trying to get the power on smoothly, and that's what you have to do in the wet. You can't be aggressive on the throttle. And even at the highest level of MotoGP, they talk about flowing smooth corners and trying to keep the power out of it.
It doesn't seem to have carried on to Moto 3 though.
No.
on the last lap and a half or something.
So the last lap board now for race leader Taran Ocean up the inside there.
Andrew Coghill lapped.
Kio Watson still holding down second, and that's
Take Coghill.
Just got the better of Jeremy Huddleston.
Yes, they're. It's just surprising. Just watching those two then. Tate was on the gas a little bit earlier. And, it's the hockey strap in between them, isn't it?
Yes.
Goes out to 3 bike lengths, comes back to 1. Oh, passing.
Oh, lots of lap traffic there. That makes it difficult for riders. It's so hard.
There's been a bit of spray as well to see, and one either side of that rider. But
yeah, and you don't know what they're going to do. It's no fault of the lap rider, but coming through quickly from behind, you've got to pick it and commit to it. It can be very difficult. But Taran Ocean, our race leader, very convincing victory coming up. He will take the checkered flag on the 125, and pretty happy about it too. So he should be.
That's a good win.
Kio Watson in second.
Take Coghill.
And Jeremy Huddleston.
Huddleston in that next spot.
And
then the Proddy bike in front of Grand Prix bikes.
Well, Jesse Woods is a very good rider, but it also shows again that smooth power delivery on this circuit is very usable and works to your advantage. You might not be quick down the back straight, but those Proddy bikes are good through the corners and getting out of corners.
I was sort of just looking who was who, and I spotted him yesterday. And the program said he was on an RGV, and then I saw him this morning as I arrived. And I said, "Oh, what happened to the RGV? Oh, I blew it up last week." So.
Yeah, I heard the story from his dad Peter this morning about it doing a big end. So very disappointing for Jesse, but he's still out there having a really good ride. So it's great to see. At least he's on track.
Lech Budinek just in front. I'm struggling to say his name. 75 is Michael Tizowdowski.
So just a quick, like a service announcement, if you like. The Vintage Japanese Motorcycle Club is seeking an area rep for Southern Tasmania to help them organise roads and help coordinate club activity. So if you do have a vintage Japanese motorcycle and you are interested in getting involved with like-minded people who like to get out for the occasional ride, then contact the club.
They have a national rally every year as well.
Yep.
I think it was Bendigo recently, and I think it's somewhere up in the Barossa Valley this year.
Okay. Well, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Only if you could have a glass of wine. Yes.
Oh, well, it's interesting how as you get older, other things take priority over just the riding itself.
Yes.
But it is a lot of fun and great to get the old bikes out. So if you can help the Vintage Japanese Motorcycle Club in representing their activities here in Southern Tasmania, you can contact our club and we can put you in touch. So we're the Sports Riders Club of Tasmania. We have a website, srct.org.au. And also, just while I'm on that, if you're interested in coming out and having a ride yourself around Basketball Raceway, we do hold public ride days. Our calendar of events is on our website. So again, srct.org.au. come out and have a ride, or if you're interested in being involved in the club, also contact us. We like to think we're a fairly friendly bunch of people. It's a lot of fun, like most clubs are, but a good way to get your bike out and not get booked for speeding, blow the cobwebs out of it. It's usually a good day.
And you have those monthly, or?
Typically monthly, yes, that's right. Shout out to Bike Barn as well, who've come on board to help us for this weekend. They're in Cambridge, I think, Bike Barn. So look them up, go and visit them. Always nice to say thanks for helping support these sort of events. As I say, they are difficult to organise, and we're fortunate to have a national championship here. And the only way we can keep doing it is if we can show sponsors and event organisers and even Motorcycling Australia that it is well supported and subscribed here in Tasmania. So any opportunity you can get to say thanks or let sponsors know they're appreciated is well worth doing.
So a good mixture of machinery just making their way out now.
Yeah, period 6 500, so a few bigger ones in here. A few VFR 400s. Very capable race bike over the years. Or NC30, I think is their technical name, but VFR 400 is what most people know them as. GSXR 400. Glen Kettle on an NS 400.
Yes.
That's an interesting motorcycle.
A little bit of a rarity in Australia.
Definitely.
And I had a good look at it the other day, and
a triple, were they?
Yes.
A two-stroke 400 triple. Interesting that Honda made that, because in an era of 500cc two-strokes, it makes you wonder why they developed the 400. I'm not really sure of the reason behind that.
Because it was weird at the time. One of the reasons the VFR 400 didn't come into Australia, because it cost more to produce than a 600 did.
Ah, okay.
So that was... yes.
Bike 82, Lockie Ranson there on the front row in position 2. Very, very capable rider. More used to riding super sport, but he rides his VFR 400 of Craig Johnson's very well. You've got next to him Jeremy Huddleston, who's on the TZ250. He was out in the previous race, brought it home third or fourth, so he's now got a feel for that bike.
There's the little NSR down there with Glen Kettle 285, with the Rothmans on the side.
Jason Spencer on bike 72, more accustomed to riding a big CBR 1000 superbike around here, but hugely experienced rider and very fast rider. So, gee, I tell you what, this is going to be a great battle, particularly between Jason and Lockie. I'm not going to even try and pick this. And then on the outside of the second row, Jonathan Hughes, bike 7, who won the previous race on the CV750, already got a feel for the wet and going well. So this is going to be a cracker. Start delayed. Oh, we've got a bike with a problem on the fourth row. Is he okay?
So
no, he's not.
Keep an eye on number 12 out there. That's our lady rider all the way from Queensland. So keep an eye on Stephanie. She's one to beat.
Great to see Mick Damon on the grid as well. Hugely experienced racer, bike number 5.
Yes.
So Jason Spencer's just going to edge out Lockie Curtis, is he? Or is Lockie going to push through on the inside? No, Jason Spencer has held the lead. Lockie looking for a run down the inside, and we'll take that.
That was as easy as you please, wasn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's over and done with yet, though. Jason's
no.
A very experienced rider. And up into third place there, who do we have? It's hard to pick from here. Jono Hughes in fourth, though. He's come through from the second row, as I was expecting. He'd go pretty well here. Look at Lockie Curtis go. Certainly one of the up-and-coming racers in our state. Current Tasmanian Supersport champion, I believe.
So we certainly know the way around. I was trying to pick up third spot. It is Tim Pott, the Victorian.
Aha, okay.
Yeah. Tim's been racing 400 class for 20 odd years. And he's got the little Grand Prix bike round the outside. No problems whatsoever.
Jonathan Hughes up the inside of that's Tim Pott into the top of the S's, but the bike that had the problem on the line was Kevin Geek, who's just rejoined the field. He's actually tripped the timing loop, so he's actually put himself into P1 on the timing. Nice way to do it, as long as no one else notices.
Yeah. If we don't say anything, they'll never know.
Exactly. But Lockie Curtis still holding down P1. He's not dropping Jason Spencer off yet, but got a tiny bit of breathing space behind him. Only 5 laps, so Jason can't afford to sit there for too long, but he will be just keeping an eye on Lockie to see where he may be able to maybe stronger and can put a move on later in the race.
This next little group, just the local rider.
It's Jonathan Hughes.
John Hughes doing a good job. Tim Pott in that, what's that, fourth spot?
Tim's in fourth, and then Jeremy Huddleston behind in fifth.
And the little Grand Prix bikes trying to look for the outside, look for the inside.
Jason Spencer in second on a CBR 400, another very rare motorcycle.
Yes.
In fact, I think that's a Japanese import.
That's the inline.
That's right, yeah. Not many of those around. So the white bike there in P2 coming past people on the hill at the moment. That's the one we're talking about. Inline CBR 400.
Yeah, we had lots of different. We ran a Formula 400 season in Victoria 20 years ago now, I suppose, and we had all sorts of different things. We had
Jeremy Huddleston up the inside of Jonathan Hughes. That's a bold move because Jono Hughes
straight back.
He's a hard fighter.
Yeah, we used to have the GSX 400s and we had the FZR 400s. Not many of them we saw in Australia, many of them racing in Australia, and they're still swapping again at the top of the hill there.
Yeah, they'll be loving it. Both guys know each other very well. And I don't think either of them will want to give an inch.
Oh, Mick Damon coming through just in front of Noel Heenan.
Up the inside, that's going to be tight. I was just looking at Jason Spencer looking to put a move. Last lap, so traffic is going to really play a part in this.
Yeah.
Very difficult for these guys. Oh, look, Jason Spencer looking to go around the outside of Lockie Curtis. Oh. It's certainly on here.
Curtis with his nose in front, but
up the inside into Suckers. Is he going to? No, Lockie's not going to open the door for him.
That is just. I didn't spot the last lap board's gone out, so they've got fair dinkum on the last lap.
Absolutely. So keeping an eye on the leaders coming down the back straight at the moment. Over the hump, it's the CBR 400's got side a little bit more side. On the under brakes. Oh, you're praying that front tyre's going to grip. Look at Lockie Curtis up the inside. Is it going to be room?
Still side by side. Not quite.
Awesome racing from both guys. But look, that is the experience of Jason Spencer I was talking about. He did look wait back and wait for his opportunity. No disrespect to Lockie Curtis at all. Magnificent ride, but Jason Spencer, it's what I expect from him.
Yeah, separated by next to nothing all the way around. I don't know how many times the lead changed. I reckon that was worth the price of a ticket to get through the gate.
Absolutely. Yeah. And look, doing that in the wet, you do get a bit of feedback, but your heart in your mouth, pushing it front so hard down there and under brakes at the end of the back straight. Real credit to the bravery and experience of these guys.
I was expecting a little bit more of the same from Stephanie there, but she finished a long way down the list.
In P7.
7th.
Yep.
But she on the 250 she was.
But outpaced, I think, by the larger capacity machines.
Yeah.
Still put a great ride in, given the lower capacity machines she's riding. You can only wonder how good the racing would have been in the dry.
Yes.
You don't know there's going to be better. It's certainly faster. But where the racing, can be very entertaining as well.
Yes, it's a shame that none of the people that hadn't been here before have never seen a wet lap here.
Yes, absolutely.
Till this morning. So
it makes it difficult. Just looking at that Bike 5 of Mick Damon's, it just takes him straight back to, I think, 91 when Gardner was riding the NSR 500 as number 5, and exactly the same font of the 5 on the number board. It looks so much like Wayne Gardner sitting there on the grid, if only.
And they'd probably be the same age.
Well, they'd probably be pretty close.
Yeah, you wouldn't be far off.
And I suspect they probably rubbed shoulders a few times as well. You would have seen quite a lot of mixed racing in the early years.
Yes. Yes, it was. Now, one of the bikes to keep an eye on in this is Chris Lang there on a side valve BSA.
Oh, wow.
Should not be out there. He rides the wheels off it. He spent a lot of money on preparation. It looks like it's worth $1.50 or something. But it goes so well.
So bike number
78.
78. So keep an eye out for bike 78.
The program says it's a Harley Davidson, but it's definitely a BSA. And he likes nothing better than beating overhead valve Nortons. Yeah, that must be the British thing. Yeah, and we've got the 2 Harley Davidsons out there, 750 Ross Balding, 106 Bianca Bonner. Both Victorians. And I think Bianca has taken that bike over to Selleck's Beach for the beach race every 2 years.
Oh, is that right?
And Ross Balding's been over, but I don't think that's the same bike. But Taron Ocean going out, is that the same bike he was just out on?
Yes, it is. So I think, given his form in the previous race, he's probably going to be the man to beat here. Should just quickly, while there's not a lot of noise, for people on the hill, you are most welcome to come down into the pits and have a look around at any time you want. I'd also encourage you to have a chat to the riders and get an insight into how their day's going. Probably not ideal as soon as they come back off track, particularly if it hasn't gone too well. But generally, the riders are only too happy to have a bit of a chat to you and talk about how their day's going, and I think it'll make a better experience for you as well. So definitely come on down, have a look around. There's a canteen here, of course.
And there's no charge to do the pit walk.
That's right. Assuming you brought a brolly and a coat, of course. But yeah, do come down and be part of the goings on down here. It's well worth the pit walk.
Yes, there's some beautiful, beautiful machinery. I've been here since Thursday morning, and I've just looked at all these bikes, and it's just there's lots of things to tickle many a person's fancy.
Just be curious to see how Kio Watson goes this time with another wet race under his belt. See if he can hang on to Taran Ocean. That's Kio Watson on pole by 43. Taran Ocean on the third spot on the fluoro orange, let's call it, bike 69. And then, of course, Tate Coghill in the middle on bike 6. So now that our visitors have a bit more of a feel for the track, it may be a bit closer. But Taran Ocean's going to take some beating. He rides that bike well, and he knows basketball very well.
We've got the two Harleys, and then we've got the little 125 down the back, Des Heaney.
Bike 71.
62. Des is on the. Well, it says it's the Beanley, but it's.
Oh, I see. Right on the back row. Yes. Yep. So the start's going to be pretty important here. Racing. I think Kio Watson's probably got a. I thought he got the jump, but it looks like Taran Ocean's going to. No, he's not going to squeeze up the inside. He look for a run. Yes, same as prior race. He's very confident there into the top of the S's.
Just keep an eye on our 5th place man. He got a blinder of a start on the side valve BSA. Yes, it does not surprise me. It's a World War II ex-military.
Kio Watson putting a move up the inside of Taran Ocean, coming down through Calvin's onto the back straight. So I think this one's going to be on this time.
Right, I didn't see that. I lose sight of them, but
it's a hard place to put a move on. You've got to have a lot of confidence in the front because the track drops away from you as you run down the hill. So nice move there, and to put it on Taran Ocean, no mean feat.
There's a gaggle of riders coming down now. This is way out the back of the group, but they're all close together.
Yeah, Chris Lang, who you were pointing out before, has just got a jump start penalty, unfortunately.
But he's got a 125. He's got the DT. He's got Terry Morris behind him, and then the two Harleys, the WLAs, both of them, again, World War II motorcycles.
The race lead is just coming onto the back straight, so it's still Kio Watson holding off Taran Ocean. There's not much in it, though. It looks like Kio's got a bit better straight line speed than Taran.
Well, he certainly made the step up, Kio Watson, this time. Taran was out there before and he was unbeatable.
Yeah, I think it's possibly what I said before, Doug. That's one race down. Oh, look at this up the inside. That's tight. That's very tight. If it pushes through, he certainly wants it.
So Taran Ocean takes the lead. They're coming up on Des Heaney.
Both riders around the outside safely, yes. But that looks to be where Taran feels confident in the top of the S's there. That was a very, very brave move.
Watching them down the hill, it's the hockey strap, isn't it?
It is. I do think Kio's bike has a bit better straight line speed, so watch them down the straight. Oh, this time. Oh no, there's not much
No,
in it.
well, yeah.
Not much in it at all.
Must be sandbagging for a handicap.
Must be.
No, it's this is close.
With 2 laps remaining.
So all the races this weekend, 5 laps.
All races 5 laps. Yep.
There's our 3rd place man, Take Coghill. And it's daylight then.
Oh, it doesn't get much closer as the
No.
the leaders go up over the hill. This is going to come down to the wire, I think.
But the fluoro with his nose in front, but by next to nothing.
And lap traffic to contend with as well. That's Terry Morris, actually, they're coming up on. So they'll need to be very careful. Taranation on the outside. Yeah, Watson gets around, but probably loses a bike length or 2. With the last lap board being ready, she's going to be on here very shortly. And more lap traffic. This is going to be difficult for the guys to get through. Oh, wow.
One inside, one outside.
Oh, there's an overtake. So Kio Watson through on Taranation. Talk about entertaining racing.
Yeah, that was the inside line, was the advantage there.
More lap traffic coming up.
These 2 young men doing a fabulous job out the front in this.
Yeah, I'm just keeping my fingers crossed they get through this traffic cleanly. In fact, it's worked for Kio Watson very nicely.
With half a lap to go, Kio looks to have this. I'm not going to say in his pocket, but there we go. Oh, that was the blue flag.
Yeah, that's right. I think that probably lost the toe there for Taranation. So Kio Watson will actually come out on top. Very nice win, nice ride. Taranation second. And then we're back to Take Coghill. He's 16 seconds in arrears. Wow, they didn't realise the leaders had pulled out such a gap.
I'm looking for our 3rd place man.
Yeah.
There he is now. Also on the 125.
And Andrew, is that brother?
No, Dad.
Dad.
2 Cogs Racing. Yeah. Andrew's been around for years. He must have been racing 25 years. Does all the work on the bike.
It's great to see some father and son racing, or father and daughter racing even.
Yes.
Scott Honeychurch, who took the Period 6 750 win here before, his daughter races, and it's very, very competitive. Chloe. Retirement there at the bottom of the hill. Is that the little DT?
Yes.
I don't know if that was a crash or
no,
mechanical.
He crossed the line. No, it isn't. Oh, yes, it is. He's certainly rushing to get back because he's got 3 bikes this weekend.
It's a bit of a push from there. I think he better. Is he going to manage to get through?
It's a dirt bike.
Yeah, it is now. Well, the recovery van's looking to go out to pick him up, but I think it may not need to, unless there was another pickup that we didn't or we didn't see.
Well, how does the pickup vehicle get to him now?
Well, I don't think it needs to. In fact, there you go. Reverse lights are on, so no reason for the van to go out.
I hope he's not got a back-to-back race.
No, that'd be hard. Certainly, you don't have your mind in the right place. So very, very light rain continues to fall, but I think we've probably got this for the most of the day, really. I can't see things drying up.
Oh, Lindsay Russell. He's obviously a lot fitter than I am.
If you're looking for other bike events to attend and support, there's the Devonport Motor Show, which is on the 24th of March 24. That includes a display of classic bikes. Well worth dropping in to have a look if you're up that way, or even if you're not, make the trip. Devonport Motor Show, 24th of March 24. Check the website if you want more information, devonportmotorshow.com. Great to see plenty of motorcycle events around the state.
Jamie Banks, this time he's on the TT2 500.
It's interesting to my eye, that doesn't look like a full wet in the back of that. It looks like an intermediate race tyre. So, given how he went previously, I would have said he was definitely on full wet. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes. It certainly doesn't look like a full wet tyre from here.
It looks, if it's a full wet, it's heavily worn. No, it's an intermediate.
It is an intermediate.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. It's given he's already done a few laps, it would suggest that he's feeling like the track's grippy and may actually work with an intermediate.
I'm just curious about everybody else's tyres now.
Like 212, that's a TR 500?
Yes, in the Bemota frame.
Wow. So what were they actually called? The motor S... I can't remember what
4, I think.
It's got the TR 500 motor in the promoter frame.
Yes.
What a delicious looking motorcycle.
It really is. It's sex on toast.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And he's a good rider from Ararat in Victoria. He's originally a Kiwi.
It's Anthony Stevens we're speaking of.
Yes.
An SB1, promoter SB1 is what I was trying to remember.
It was F4. No, it was.
Wow, and even a Yamaha XT500 down there.
Neil Weddell. And these boys are so quick on these bikes. It's been the boom class the last couple of years in classic racing. Just old XTs or a TT or
SR500s are a bit of a classic bike as well. I think have we got one down there? Like 44, is that an SR?
Yeah, there we go. There's a couple more of them now, yeah. And the little 500 Panther as well. Gavin Lewis. Yes, there's certainly a mixture of machinery, and for any of the spectators, if you want to get out of your car and have a walk in the rain, maybe come over at lunchtime and just have a look at some of these bikes, because some of them are just absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, you can say that again, and you don't very often get an opportunity to see these things in the flesh. They are quite rare, and even better, they're willing to put them on track and race them.
And especially when I don't know what the most expensive toy out there would be, but there's a Harris framed T-Rex Honda out there, and when it was new, it was probably $100,000.
Yep.
So Stevens on pole position. We're going to have Jamie Banks next to him. So Neil Weddell's there, the 4-cylinder 500. Gavin Lewis there on the 500 Panther. Alan Elder on 20. So Ron Rickards on his Yamaha. So just a small little grid, but
Jamie Banks gets a bit of a wheelie, but still good enough to win the start. He's actually won it quite convincingly in the end. So that intermediate hooked up beautifully. Assuming it is an intermediate. But
well, I looked at all the tyres after we checked what tyre Jamie had got on, but they're all on intermediates.
But Anthony Stevens on the promoter right behind him. He's looking like he's...
And he's a hard charger, is Anthony Stevens. He's a tough bugger.
Yeah, be interested to see how quick it is on the back straight. It's twin cylinder 500 Suzuki engine.
It's against the TT2 Ducati. Well,
we'll have to find out.
Yeah. Strap in.
Well, pretty similar, I would have said.
Stevens makes a little bit of ground when he grabs the brake lever, but
challenge under brakes for third as well.
Makes a little bit of ground. He's right up his ducktail now.
Yeah, it's I don't know which bike would be easier to ride here. I think the Ducati potentially. A bit side under brakes. That's a lovely move.
Stevens straight up the inside, runs a little bit wide. Jamie Banks comes back at him. So nothing in these two riders. We'll go back and mention everybody else, but I just want to see what they're like. I'm going to try and have a go up the hill. Well, I want to say there's nothing in that.
Not enough to make a big difference. Look at this down. I thought we were going to see an overtake there into
Banks wanted to have a go, but that might be brave in the wet, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to come down to the wire for this one.
So it's Bermotta versus Ducati. Two Italian brands.
With a Suzuki engine thrown in there.
Yes.
The V-twins do work well on this circuit, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the Ducati.
Neil Weddell's there on the Yamaha in third spot. Ron Funk in fourth. Then we got
Gavin
Ray
Lewis.
Birchall just got the better. I'd nearly said Gavin Lewis then, and as he was just getting rounded up. That's Alan Elder. But our leading pair, let's see where they are. Are they on the back straight yet?
Just coming onto the back straight now, so we're about to pick them up as they come over the hump. It's a bit of status quo there, but I'm not going to count Jamie Banks out of this at all.
Well, Stevens the Victorian, Banks the South Australian.
So 2 laps to run.
Nothing in this leading pair. They're separated by no time difference whatsoever. It's just Banks moves a little bit closer onto the back there.
The advantage of Jamie is he's going to see where he may have an opportunity, just
Yes.
as Jason Spencer did in the previous race against Lockie Curtis. He's close enough, but that doesn't always mean to say you can get through. I'm going to guess Jamie Banks or pick him for the win here.
Well, he looked good early. We've not seen much of Kiwi Kev, Mr. Stevens. Better mention his sponsor, Ord's Motorcycles in Ararat.
Last lap forward.
And Jamie Banks is sponsored by Daytona Danny Ahern. Now that's about the most they've been separated.
Yeah, that's as soon as I picked Jamie for the win.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jamie.
So Neil Weddell on the XT500. Clear of Ron Funk. It's
Ray Birchall just crossing the line.
He's got clear of Gavin Lewis.
And that's a 500 Panther that Gavin Lewis is riding, yellow by.
And getting beaten by a single cylinder. It's.
We're looking for our race leaders.
But as I said before,
I cannot. Now.
Kev takes the win. Jamie comes home in second spot. Anthony Stevens.
And bike 5, Neil Weddell, just crossing the line for third place. XT500, great to see that out there.
Well, it has become the booming class in the last couple of years. It's, it was one of those things it started off, you could have probably bought one for $2 or $3 grand or something like that. Can't find one anymore. Yeah.
Wow. Just I guess a basic road trail bike in the day, the XT500.
The TTs don't seem to be any better. That same engine. TT 500s, so they're.
And then how is the SR 500 different?
Nothing.
Wasn't different, okay.
Yeah, we used to have Rod Tingate used to make fancy clip-ons and exhausts and all that stuff for them. And I haven't seen one of them out on the track for a while, but I suppose anybody that's got an original Tingate one, it'll be in cotton wool in the shed. Yeah, I still see Rod Tingate now and again. He doesn't live too far from me. What time we got now? We're 11:45.
Just a reminder again about the Vintage Japanese Motorcycle Club. If you're interested in getting involved, if you have an older Japanese motorcycle in the garage and you're looking for some riders with similar machinery to go out on casual, let's say casual weekend rides, contact the motorcycle club. It's bjmc.org.au. Good opportunity to show off your bike, but also get out and enjoy the experience with.
But I think there's somebody in the marquee down there.
Oh, even better.
You
can have a chat.
Where do you go? When's your next ride? What's going on?
Do you have anything in the garage yourself at home?
I got knee replacements recently, and I bought a little CBR 250
Oh, lovely.
just to go on classic rego.
Yeah.
And I can put both feet flat on the ground and bend my knees. I've had old BMWs and Honda 4s and all sorts of bits and pieces. Lots of my mates are trying to convince me into buying something English from the 1950s or 60s, and they break down too much. Yeah, I don't mind kickstarting the little VF, well, the little CBR. It's got electric start as well. I can't get used to it. It's got to rev to 18,000, but
that's stinging, isn't it?
it's
18,000.
But I just can't believe that they race them, and people want just they're faster than RGVs were in the day. It could have never happened years ago.
No. Just got a brief pause. I don't know if there's a pickup or it's obviously something the officials are dealing with, so I'm sure we'll be back on track very quickly.
Well, we've got food and drink in the pits here if you want to come over and grab something to eat or drink.
Worth dropping into the Shannon's Insurance marquee as well. As you were saying before, they offer specialty and not stupidly expensive insurance for lots of motorcycles.
If you've got a bike in the shed that you're doing up, they'll insure that. They'll insure it if it's on the trailer.
Yep.
The only place they don't insure it's on the racetrack. They'll insure all your riding gear and bits and pieces, memorabilia.
Yeah.
Just go and talk to them.
Absolutely.
Yes, it's great that we've got these sponsors, but if we want to keep them, we've got to have people. And actually, if you get a quote from them, you get to go into the raffle. And I think it's a trip to historic Monaco or something like that.
That'd be hard to take.
Oh, yeah. Well, what are we doing? Let's fly to the south of France next year. Yeah. Yes, but they've always got lots and lots of interesting things, and they're a good company.
Well, here's a change of pace. We've got three wheels on track, something we always enjoy having a look at. Although speaking to John Wilmore, who is just rolling out on machine number 60, he was saying not all riders are changing to four wets, so that's going to make it interesting. There's going to be a bit of wheel spin. But, my hat's always off to these guys. It's one thing I've never been brave enough to have a go at. Love watching them.
It's not too late.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yourself, have you had a go?
Yes. I've actually got some relatives over staying with us for the next month, and next Sunday we've got a day at Broadford, and I've booked the guy in to have a ride on a sidecar at the Come and Try Day.
Ah, great.
So I said, just say if you want to go faster. I said, they can make you throw up if you like. Or just scare me a tiny little bit.
It's a class we're trying to resurrect here in the state. So we've been running sidecars as part of the SRCT Club Championship, and also as part of our 2-hour weekend, which just said is on next weekend. So it's great to see some of these outfits being resurrected, but they're a little bit hard to find.
I suppose, especially in Tassie, where they seem to have. They go up, they come down. They seem to be on the up in Victoria and South Australia at the moment. I think we had 20 odd sidecars a couple of weeks ago at the Southern Classic. But it's just been a race meeting that's been popular with sidecars for 10 years. So if you're going to do one meeting, you go where 20 of your mates are rolling round.
Of course, it's always good to have people to race against.
Yes.
But always exciting to watch them. They're part of our DNA here at Basketball, because the SRCT, the Sports Riders Club, used to be the Sidecar Racing Club.
Yes.
So we certainly have our roots in sidecars. Not that it was solely sidecars, it was sidecars and solos back in the 80s, but certainly, part of who we are.
So John Wilmore and Jeremy Archer on pole. I don't know. I saw Lindsay and Irene at Broadford a couple of weeks ago. Just 4 of the outfits, and the 2 South Australians. 56 is Alan Smith, and 42 is Adrian Van Utert. And we've got one of the bikes back into the pits.
Tom Davis, I think that is.
Tom Davis and Jamie Davis.
That's a shame. John Wilmore looks like he's got the best start and leads the field into one, and he also happens to have the wet tyres in, so that's probably helping him. Taking things a little bit easy until they get a feel. They haven't been out on the wet track yet.
It's certainly a little bit different to qualifying for them yesterday. There were only 3, but John Wilmore didn't go out yesterday in the second session. He'd obviously done enough in the morning not to bother.
A pretty handy driver or rider, if you want to put it. But yeah, John gets around very, very well.
So Alan Smith's got Mark Greaves with him. Adrian Van Utert's got Mark Holloway. And they're members of the Mount Gambier Club. So they've made the big trip over here. John Wilmore and Jeremy Archer on their GSX 1100. GSX 1000 Suzuki.
Yeah, I think going down that back straight with those big wide tyres, I'd be pretty happy to have wets in, not slicks.
Yes.
Imagine a bit of aquaplaning. Look at the water pouring off those tyres. They're certainly moving a few puddles around.
Surely, if you'd come all this way, you'd have brought a set of wet weather tyres.
Well, John Wilmore was telling me it takes them a considerable amount of time to change them over. So
yes,
some guys just weren't that interested. But you're right. If you're going to come to this far, it's certainly worth your while to put the right tyres in it, and for safety as well, of course.
So Lindsay Seabrook in that second spot. And it's good to see that bike out on the track, because that's the old Scotty Seabrook's machine.
Yes, no stranger to this racetrack either. Would have done a few laps.
Yes, you'd hate to think how many laps they would have done over the years. Murray and Scotty and...
Yes, very familiar name here in Tasmania, in road racing.
Well, it's the dynasty, isn't it?
It is. It is.
And that's what people don't realise, that lots of these things, it's the family business, you know. Been around forever. Irene Bakshi, Alan Smith with Mark Greaves, Adrian Van Utert with Mark Holloway. Ollie doing a great job over the back of the bike. It's surprisingly how athletic you have to be, and to say athletic about sidecar races is over the years, probably some of them have not been very athletic.
Yeah, well, we were talking before about Gavin Porteous, weren't we?
Big Gavin, yeah.
Yeah.
Gavin's old passenger I saw a couple of weeks ago, and the passenger, he won an Australian Championship with Scott Deslandis, is still racing, and he's just getting over cancer, and he's just going out doing what he has to do, and he'd have to be in his 60s these days.
Okay.
But just do what you've always wanted to do.
Well, John Wilmore still holding down a fairly comfortable lead there. I can't see anyone challenging much.
Well, Lindsay's only got the 836 Honda in it, so it's the first oversized engine that was in that. But he's doing a great job with Irene.
You're probably a bit more of an expert with sidecars than I am, Doug.
I used to go to Bathurst with Gavin Porteous and Jeff Spencer and blokes like that, and so everybody, and they were the salt of the earth people.
I guess what I was going to ask you about, we've got different ages of machines here, and
yes.
One obvious difference is where the rider is positioned relative to the
front
the
exit
chair wheel
and rear exit.
You want to just talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, so the second place back, the Seabrook machine, the passenger has to get from being behind the rider over the back wheel and then move out to the left, go forward more than a meter, and then get out over to the front of the wheel. Just watching them coming down the chute now. Where's Irene now? So she'll come out, she'll start to move over, moves over, and then gets right out of the front and stays out for the big long left-hander. And she doesn't start to move until the bike straightens up, because there's no G-force on you, and then she gets, I'm going to say all her weight, she's a slim young woman, but gets the weight on the back. It should be somebody like Rob Simons we're talking about, but yeah, she's... Now they're coming under a little bit of pressure right now.
They certainly are.
From Alan Smith.
So around about what period or era did they change to the passenger?
That would have been after 1982. Yeah, there's still a couple of people with the built bikes that are not quite as legitimate as they should be, and they try and get out behind the wheel, but that's not allowed in historic racing. But I know a couple of people that do that, and it's but if the passenger's only got to move side to side, it's it's the transitioning going forward.
Well, our race leader is just about to complete the last lap because the checkered flag is waving, so quite a comfortable win to John Wilmore in the end.
Gets a pat on the back there.
Lindsay Seabrook into second, Alan Smith third.
And then we've got Adrian Van Uter, the Wookie. He was, before he went grey, he had the beard and the hair, and he just looked like the Star Wars character. It's from Mount Gambier. And I said earlier about I like what people do for a living. Adrian's a psychiatric nurse.
Oh.
So it all fits in, doesn't it?
Not given he races sidecars. You think he'd want to counsel himself.
Yes. Yeah, just keep taking the pills. Oh, it's good. He's got been around for years and years and years.
So I think you've had the program there. I think that completes our first...
That's the first run through.
First set of races for the day. So
So
I'll be interested as... Okay, so it's just been announced that there is a half-hour lunch break. So as we said before, good opportunity if you're on the hill to come down, have a look around the bikes, get some lunch. also an opportunity for us to have some lunch. So we will resume racing and commentary in about 30 minutes. We'll talk to you then.
rebuilt the engine in the shower store. We were professionals. But then back to the back. Two more laps. Thank you very much. Some of them I told this story. After they drove the car to the airport, everything was going on. Great story, yeah. Steve Harris told us about one of the issues was absolutely crystal light. They had all two buildings together. What this room was absolutely crystal. Certainly, it's all after the marriage, you know this one? And as it's recorded, it's like a years later, and the husband was first one that's sort of like a child. Yeah, awesome story. But yeah, but also the police and not just that, but racing. Oh, yes, yes. Well, it's always been serious, but it's I don't think they enjoy themselves. People like it takes it. People like parachute and just inject the balance first. I remember he was at Darlington again. I went into the toilet again. I pressed the body forward. Yeah, and he had to go. All that stuff. I want to pick it up. Yeah. But they're not so good. They're all so good. They're a lot of things. Yeah. I mean, I understand people who are getting space. A lot of people it's too hard. It's probably Welcome back to, at least it's not raining to Baskerville at the moment. It's
A couple of very light drops on the puddle over there, I can see, but compared to what we had this morning, you're right, Doug, I think it's conditions have improved a bit.
Don't know what's going to happen. We've had one run through already, so we are back to what was race 1 this morning.
Talking to a couple of the riders during the lunch break, they're saying it was really quite wet on the back straight. There was a lot of lying water, so we couldn't pick it up here from the commentary box. The track was actually quite wet, but right now, I think from where we're sitting, it looks damp. I can't see any lying water, so that's going to certainly help the riders. Even from just just getting spray off other bikes is difficult.
Yeah, thankfully, we've not got massive fields, so you wouldn't want to be 20th or something taking off the line.
So this brings me back to race 1 this morning, where we saw Stephanie from P2 clear out and win a very comfortable race.
Yeah, we've got Dazowski on pole, and then Kevin Geek. On the second row, we've got Garth Newton and Tim Kingston. So John Hughes is missing from there. Terry Morris with Seabrook, and Tim Kingston with a blinder of a start on that 350. Well, a blinder of a start, and he runs a little bit wide.
But look who's in the lead. It's like 30 again.
And I can't believe in 2 corners she's got 10 bike lengths.
One thing I didn't pick up this morning, Doug, is that this is actually the 250 Period 6 production class.
Yes.
And being production, they can't run full wet tyres. So
so she said she didn't have wets.
Yeah.
I did speak to her before.
So it actually makes her effort this morning look even more impressive. She's riding around on production tyres, road tyres essentially, and making it look like she's on full wets. But look at that, already out to a very impressive lead.
Kingston in that second spot. Dizwadowski in third. Kevin Geek, the next one through. 84. And then the evergreen, Mr. Murray Seabrook.
It's still Tim Kingston holding down P2 there, not by a lot.
But Tim Kingston's in a different class to these because that's the 350 Post Classic bike he's on.
Yes, absolutely. So he's leading his class, but as we were saying this morning, you have somebody in front of you on track.
We'll call it as we see it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, he's got the little NSR 250 right up. But this is a new bike for Tim. He's built it himself, but he's copied the bike that Campbell normally rides. Keith Campbell normally rides. That's owned by Ed.
Move under brakes at the end of the straight. So that's Michael Kowalski. Nice move up the inside of Tim Kingston.
Yes, because we never had many of these NSR 250s back in the day. But it looks the business. He's very easy to spot. Maybe I've always liked the Castrol paint job, sort of.
So Kevin Geek in 4th place, just heading towards the bottom of the hill there now. And then
Murray Seabrook.
Murray Seabrook, as you say, the evergreen Murray Seabrook.
Yes, it's good to see out there. Mark de Jong's out there. Terry Morris is there. Now, Lindsay Russell must be missing because he pushed the DT back from.
The timing screen showing Lindsay as being in P6 at the moment, like number 71. We'll know more about that very shortly as they're coming down the back straight.
Well, it's pretty easy to spot in the traditional old Yamaha colours.
Yeah.
But it's not there.
So Michael Kowalski has made short work of Tim Kingston once he got past it. 3 or 4 seconds there in one lap. Maybe there was an issue. So they've got a rider stopped at the bottom of the hill instead of the yellow flag waving.
Okay, right on the inside there, yeah.
I'd be guessing it's a mechanical, more so than a crash being on the inside of the track.
He looks to be looking down at something on the bike. Maybe 34? No. Maybe 84. Oh. Can't quite make the number out, but he's quite safe where he is, I think, on the inside of the turn.
Yes, and speaking of safe, I'd say our race leader is reasonably safe. Still got a a good couple of second lead with the last lap board now coming out.
She's very, very impressive. So, Stephanie Capellawi doing a fabulous job at the moment. She looks smooth. She looks comfortable.
Lindsay Russell just crossing the line now, so he's actually up there.
Oh, Lindsay's not, but that's not on the DT.
Ah, yes, okay.
Yeah, he's got 4 bikes here this weekend. So that must be the CBR 250.
Like 2, Garth Newton, just going through 1 at the moment. I was just talking to him during the break, and he's saying on the production tyres the rear was pretty loose, it was spinning up, and the RGB 250 when the power came on, and he said he was pretty nervous for the first few laps. But our race leader just about to get checkered flag. Another very convincing win there.
2 from 2.
Bit of a challenge here for 3rd place. Tim Kingston.
Tim just in front of Kevin Geek. That was better than three Queenslanders running 1st, 2nd and 3rd, but at least we get a Victorian for 3rd. But, it's a little dry. Terry Morris has got a drama. I don't know what it is this weekend. He should be further forward.
Yeah, a bit hard to pick from here. Garth Newton just crossing the line. Garth picking up 8th place, and then Paul Smith on the Honda CBR 250 all round out the field.
The next event is for period 6 and period 5 up to 1300.
Yeah, this was a very exciting one for race 1. We had a battle between
Scott Campbell,
Jason Wiley. Jason ended up getting the win on the GSXR 1100. We had James Ryan in there who got the whole shot. James was telling me that on the first lap going into the top of the S's, the front started to go, and then he had the front start to go at the end of the straight. I had a bit of a wild ride, but I think he brought it home 3rd or something. But James on the big FZR 1000. Of course, we've got Scott Honeychurch in there as well, who won the period 6 750. So I think we're in for some excitement again. And we did see Scott Campbell DNF the last race. That was because of an electrical problem, which they think they've resolved, which is good to see. We always like to have Scott on track, particularly on that beautifully presented Honda RC30.
Yes, it's a fabulous motorcycle, the RC30. I don't know what they're worth these days, but they're probably holding the value. But they weren't a cheap motorcycle when they came out in the...
No, they weren't. Memory serves me correctly. I think they were in the order of $60,000 to buy.
I wouldn't have thought... I thought they were a fair bit less than that. But yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, maybe with the race kit. I don't know. I know they were way out of my price range.
Maybe with the race kit.
Yeah.
Because I thought you could have got one for... I've got 23,000 or something in my head.
Yeah, look, I think you're right. Maybe with the race kit. I know that you needed to look at that sort of 60k money if you wanted to run the National Series.
There was a bloke called Mark Fissenden used to run one. And They used to call him the Playboy Racer. He'd got all this money. And they said, oh, but you've got 2 of these, and you've got this and that and the other. He said, my wife's got quarter horses. He said, this costs nothing.
Well, that's the truth.
Yes. Yes, he's one I haven't seen in a long, long time, Mark Fissenden. But I know when that pyramid bank thing went belly up, him and his dad were invested in that and did a lot of money.
Oh, okay.
It was a builder from Torquay. But, now that's a trick-looking motorcycle.
The Rex
57.
Wolfenden built. Yes. Yeah. Rex turns out some lovely machines, doesn't he?
Yeah. And that's the Harris framed one. It's just.
He does have a few of those in the garage, does he not?
Yeah. But he also had a couple of his own race bikes. Had a couple of crashes, and everything's big dollars for them. And I haven't seen much of him at all lately. Now the battle with Corey Turner and the West Australian young Josh
Mather, yeah.
That'd be interesting to see how those two go.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Mather was a little bit further back today in the wet, but he'd obviously never turned a wheel in the wet here before. So it's
There's James Ryan on bike 21 from the second row who got a blinder of a start in race 1, so keep an eye on him. But, so too Jason Wiley on P2. He's rolling around now on, what is it, bike 129, I think.
Yeah, 126.
126. The GSX R11 should launch quite well.
So Scott Campbell on pole. Just waiting for Scott Honeychurch to fill the gap on the middle of the front row. Jason Wiley on the far side. James Ryan.
So Josh Mather, isn't it? And
yeah,
Josh
Mather and Corey Turner. So
Peter Bellchambers heads the third row from Boyd Witzman and then Steve Harley. Just sorting out some grid positions.
I'm going to say, it's, do they all want to just lean on the Armco down there? And we've got 2 57s in this, by the look of it.
Very difficult for the guys at the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott Campbell's asking to go around again because of the time they're waiting. I don't know what they're going to do. Right, looks like they're ready for a start. Racing. Scott Honeychurch away best. Big wheelie, but that hasn't helped him at all.
Josh Mather coming through from the second row, and he's going to lead them up well.
He certainly is.
Lead them up the hill, run a little bit wide, and lose 3 places.
Scott Campbell through nicely into second place as well from that's Josh Mather, is it not?
Josh Mather in third.
So I think that's Scott Campbell through now into the lead. It is.
Yes, it's Scott Campbell.
Scott Honeychurch, there goes. Oh, 2 overtakes
Wow.
from, that must be Jason Wiley. That is ambitious.
that impressed me. and he got round the turn.
He's not holding back.
Yes, he's
James Ryan through on Corey Turner as well.
That's just track knowledge, isn't it? Just coming down that hill like that.
Oh, there's parts of the anatomy that come into that as well, I think.
Yes.
Oh,
So
no.
Turner.
Scott Campbell has retired again.
Oh,
That's
dear.
tragic. What a shame. They thought they had it, and it's going again. So very intermittent. That's not the way you want a race bike to be behaving.
So Jason Wiley's got a nice little lead back to Mather. Turner's in third. Is that Honeychurch trying to make a move there?
Looks like it.
So
Jason Wiley, our leader, coming over the hump of the back straight at the moment from Josh Mather. Then we've got James Ryan, Corey Turner, and Scott Honeychurch.
Now Scott Honeychurch looked to be late on the brakes there.
And then Scott Campbell continuing on.
And Honeychurch picks up a place there. That was at Corey Turner's expense.
Oh, Scott Campbell has retired, so what a shame.
2 DNFs. So the race leader, he's got his nose in, well, inherited the lead, but got his nose in front now, and he's going ahead with it. Josh Mather coming under a little bit of pressure from, sorry, not Josh Mather, it's the 21 machine.
James Ryan.
James Ryan, yes, he's. So Scott Honeychurch dives through on the inside.
He's quite fond of that move.
And it's crazy. He's pulled a quarter of a second, half a second. Oh no, quarter of a second.
Race leader. Just heading up the hill at the moment into Sucker's Corner. He's got a 4-second lead over Josh Mather, yeah. So looking fairly comfortable at the moment.
I'm just watching these boys here. Jamie Banks is in there. They're having a great little dice. And as I say that, they've strung out now, but so race leader coming onto the straight. The start finish where he'll get the last lap board from Brendan Ferrari. So Mather in that second spot, Scott Honeychurch, James Ryan, Corey Turner, and it's
back to Steve Harley.
Steve Harley, Jamie Banks,
Peter Bellchambers. Good battle with Karen Webb and Trevor Riley.
And Riley's going to have a go at Karen Webb, I thought there, and can't be beaten by a girl.
The race leader, Jason Wiley, just coming through the sweeper now. Checkered flag being ready, so another win for Jason Wiley.
Oh, that's good, solid points. Good result for the West Australian.
Yeah, Scott Honeychurch will hold off James Ryan. And we have Corey Turner. Double only ride there for Corey in fifth place.
And Bill Croft a little bit further back. Steve Harley, Jamie Banks. Now I was just curious about put the glasses on, I could read that TV, couldn't I? Boyd Witzman a little bit further back than I was sort of trying to gauge what the two Ducatis were doing, but so we've got the next race now for period 5 750, period 4 500s.
Jamie Banks being the victor in race 1.
Well, there's a couple of the boys from the previous race out in this race, so Boyd Witzman, he's going to be straight out, but he'll be on the same bike.
Looking like Scott Campbell just wants a quick test lap to see if they've sorted the issue. So he's going to follow the rescue recovery vehicle around by the looks of it. Is that the case? No, he's not. Maybe he's going to follow this group around on the siding lap and pull in. Not entirely sure what's going on at the moment. A few bikes going back into the pits, a few coming out.
Well, there's a couple of guys with back-to-back races. Well, there's certainly the two Ducatis out there. Gary Edwards there. Jess Takiri. We've got the recovery vehicle.
Oh, it looks like there might be some oil up at turn 2, is there? They're certainly putting a bit of dust on the track.
That's not where Campbell stopped. Well, Campbell did stop.
Yeah, I don't think that was an oil issue. That's where the bike did cut out. But,
Yeah.
he was still rolling, so and look, there he is on the grid waiting to go out for a test lap. So I can't imagine it was oil related for Scott.
Wally coming and checking on the temperature.
So you probably heard that announcement. There's going to be a slight delay just while they clean up that section of the track up there at turn 2. Opportunity just to mention our major sponsors again in Shannon's Insurance, Verex Motorcycle Exhausts, and of course Michelin Race Tyres. Everyone's pretty familiar with the Michelin brand. Copping a lot of attention in MotoGP at the moment with Oh, here's our helicopter on cue. One of our one of our celebrity riders flying in. Not. I don't know what they're here for other than to spectate. But yeah, back to our MotoGP. A lot of controversy around the poor tyre that Jorge Martin apparently had at the last race.
Oh, because it was only qualifying last night, wasn't it? Yeah, it was.
Oh, sorry, talking the previous round, where he struggled because of tyre issues. He certainly had an issue. I don't know if it was a tyre issue, but wasn't in his normal position at the front of the grid. But it's been a good season of MotoGP.
Yes, it's. You think you've got it in the bag, one of them goes missing, and no, throw away a championship when leading the points, you know. So
well, it's not like we were saying before, just during the break, how competitive it is now with you know 1 second or 1.5 seconds covering the entire grid.
Mm.
You know, back in the 70s and 80s, you'd see a much wider spread at the top.
Yes.
But they can't miss an opportunity now, otherwise they're at the back of the grid.
Yes, and I think the sprint race works as well in it. You know, it's they've had to do something to revitalise it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. As we were saying earlier, it certainly raises the stakes for the riders.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they can't afford to miss be poorly placed in qualifying.
We used to have a tipping competition years ago, and you had to pick the top 5, but you got the points that they got. So you know, if you won with 25 points, you got 25 points, and you'd say, "Oh, I've got this now. If they red flagged this now, I've got the top 5." But you rarely did. But it was a great thing down the bike shop.
I was about to say, it looks like the rain has actually stopped, but I can still see a couple of tiny sprinkles on the telltale puddle down here in front of us. There can't be much in it though.
No, it just does look a bit clearer though. Yeah. I just couldn't believe how much standing water there was on the garage roof, on the roof we just crossed to get out here.
Yeah, we've got a challenge of getting up here. But yeah, looking at the weather app before, it did look like there was going to be a bit of a break. It'd be fantastic to see see a dry line and some dry racing this afternoon, because I think last I looked, there was more rain forecast for tomorrow.
So we've got our clerk, of course, going up there to have a look now.
Yeah, just on my phone app, it's looking like there could be a bit of a dry spell this afternoon, which would be very welcome. Hope so.
Yes, it's a different planet to yesterday.
Well, you know what they say about Tassie, it's 4 seasons in one day,
Yes.
and it's definitely 4 in one weekend.
So you got big entries next weekend for the 2 hour?
Looking pretty good, yeah. To be honest, the club's focus has been on this weekend, so
yes,
that's been capturing people's attention. But look, talking to a few of the guys in the pits, yeah, looking like we've got some good entries, and certainly people looking forward to it.
It's a shame it's on the same weekend as Tail and Bend.
Yes, it is. So we'll move our event again and hope that ASBK doesn't follow. Because it's hard to predict. I know there's a lot going on nationally on the calendar, so it's hard for organisers to try and have separation between all the events.
But I can't work out why we can, like, the calendar should be set for next year by now.
Well, certainly here locally, I know that the tracks have to accommodate V8 supercars
Yes.
initially, and that's hard for Motorsports Tasmania because they don't always have information early for the V8 supercars. So it's a bit of a cascading effect.
Yeah, a friend of mine said the difference between the cars and the motorbikes. He said the cars are the Melbourne Cup, and he said, and the motorbikes are Sandown Dogs on a Thursday night.
Well, certainly not to a lot of people here.
I know that, but it's just it's a big deal, the touring cars and things. But why wouldn't you just run on same weekend every year?
Yeah, I can't answer that.
You know, like, doesn't matter. Melbourne Cup weekend, that's when we're going to run, you know.
It would certainly make life a lot easier for a lot of the clubs trying to organise the calendar.
Yeah, it's, you know, I know we get MotoGP and we get World Superbikes, but they are just about locked into the same sort of within a couple of weeks.
Yeah, as I say, I don't have the answer. I'm sure there is one. And,
I banged my head against the wall for 20 years and saying, well, why can't we just fix the calendar? You know, so that can't be difficult.
There certainly looks to be a considerable amount of oil out there. They're doing turn 1 now. The great thing about water on the track is it's easier to see oil.
Yes, I just spotted a rainbow down here, actually, and it's just washed away a tiny bit.
Well, fortunately, it doesn't appear to have caused any issues in the previous race. That's always the worry with oil on the track, of course.
Well, we've got everybody looking on.
Yes, hopefully it won't be too much longer. But yeah, so far we've gone through pretty well. We've only had a couple of pickups. I think one crash, which was quite minor. So pretty good so far, particularly given the rain this morning.
Yes, it was pretty ordinary conditions, but we'll clear all this up. Have they brought the helicopter in just to dry the track out?
Yeah, we've got aircraft on our beck and call.
Don't know who it might be, but he's having quite a nice view up there. I was downstairs in the office before, and there's a beautiful view of the track, but you can't see any of the elevation on it. It was
No.
just so, it's so good.
It is a very interesting little track with the elevation, and also look from a spectator's point of view. I'm sure
yes,
people on the hill can appreciate, especially those who've been around a few different circuits. It's nice to be able to sit in your car and be able to see most of the circuit.
Yeah, I think that Winton is a good spectator track. I do a meeting every year with Cars and Bikes, Historic Winton, the Austin 7 Club, and they use the short circuit there, and you can see the whole of the old track. They don't use the new extension bit.
Okay.
And it's just absolutely fabulous. And we're loading more bags of absorbent into the vehicle here. So there's no sweeping going on over there.
No, it looks like they have turn 2 pretty well sorted, but a bit of attention around turn 1 there at the moment. Of course, it raises the question as to whether it's anywhere else. So I'm sure the flag marshals at
yes.
this point have been out having a look, and the official's car driving around, I'll certainly be keen to see. But like I was saying before, of course, oil is a bit easier to see with some water on the track.
It looks like Tom Williams is having a walk up there to see what's going on. Yes, I had tea with Tom last night. And I don't think we'd ever met, but we knew everybody sort of around. He sort of took over doing bits and pieces when I'd stopped commentating the ARRCs and the Formula Extremes and things like that. So we just had a wander down memory lane, as you do.
Yes, well, at the end of the day, motorcycle racing is a fairly small sport, so you do tend to run into the same people.
Oh, yes.
It becomes a bit of a family.
And it really is a family sport.
Yep.
Generations of people. It's over the years. I know I've done 3 generations. I've done 3 generations in one race, but I actually did commentate on the 4th generation now.
Wow.
Yeah, Bob Levy's great grandson. Yeah, but yeah, it's and there's lots of family things. We've got Corey Turner, his dad. I've known his dad and his brother, and sort of. But 25 years ago, there wouldn't have been a race that didn't have 3 Turners in it in the sidecar field.
Yep. More sweeping on turn 2 now that they have more of the absorbent dust. So clearly, it's more substantial than we first thought. And of course, it just puts that little question mark in the riders' minds going out there, knowing there's oil on the track and having to run over the dust spots. Usually it doesn't cause a problem, but it's just that little question mark there.
Yes, I've got to pay attention on the warm-up lap. And that's all well and good, but you always have to run wider in the turn than where you thought the gap was.
Yeah, you never want to be forced with full commitment into one of the dust patches. With it. You're always holding your breath, hoping you get through the other side of it.
Well, for historic racing, I don't think we've got the next meeting I can think of will be the Christmas meeting at Mount Gambier, the South Australian Championships for historic guys. And then we've got a bit of a gap back then to, I think it's about April time, we'll have the Victorian Championships. It's because there's quite a few people follow the bit of a circuit with some of the historic things.
What about the Island Classic? Do you see that coming back?
No. I think they annoyed a lot of people. The Island Classic was a great idea, but it was all about the internationals, and it wasn't about the other 200 guys going round and round and round.
Yeah, certainly a great event while I was running, but I have heard that said before.
Cut laps off,
Yeah.
The internationals came over and they'd not practiced they didn't have wet tires and cut more laps out of your time. And people just want to go. People want to ride their bike. Yeah. You turn up at the bigger events and it was. Yeah, they just the international challenge, and then I believe that they didn't pay the British team to freight their bikes over, and then they went to Eastern Creek and got paid. So where would you go?
And what about the Barrichello Festival?
Yes,
I think
that will take over.
Yeah,
because they paid the Brits to come over.
Yeah,
unlike Phillip Island, said they were going to pay and didn't pay.
Yes, certainly it would be good to see those events continue. The quality of machinery and the quality of riding
Yes.
as well, just outstanding.
And it was just so good to see sort of, well, I'm not going to say the legends of the sport, but yeah, the legends of the sport, you know. And I remember John McGuinness came out, and unless you've been to the Isle of Man, you've never seen John McGuinness, you know. Sort of. And what was his name, the Irishman?
Jeremy McWilliams.
Jeremy McWilliams,
yep. Yeah, not to mention a lot of our local talent who are legends as well.
Yes.
Right? You know, that obviously Malcolm Campbell was a big part of the Island Classic.
Mm-hmm. Robbie Phillips.
And
I believe that Robbie Phillips is having a ride this week in New Zealand.
Oh, is that right?
I saw, he sent me something the other day, and yeah, because they're at the levels this weekend in New Zealand, a classic meeting. He's having a ride round on something.
Wow.
So I thought he was finished.
I thought he was finished as well.
Yes. But yeah.
Sean Giles is another one who was a regular on one of the katanas.
Yes.
He was always good to watch.
I couldn't believe how much horsepower they were getting out of those katanas.
It was crazy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They're doing like 37s or something around Phillip Island.
And I can remember Malcolm Campbell racing the RC30 when it was new. He couldn't break a minute 40. Back in the day. And
I should point out, breaking a minute 40 on a 750 is a fair effort.
Yeah.
But Malcolm Campbell, he's a cut above.
Yes, I think I've been lucky well, everybody thinks the era that they grew up in was the best era, but seeing Malcolm Campbell and Robbie Phillips go, you know, toe to toe for 15 rounds, you know, and Andrew Johnson and blokes like that, yeah. Yes, there were some great races, and there's great races now. We look at the local guys. I heard a bit of gossip the other day. What was the gossip the other day? It was Troy Herfoss is not going to be on the Honda next year.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
So?
Well, we don't know where he's going, but we were talking about it.
Yeah. Do tell.
I don't know. I can't see him going to Yamaha.
I can't see it either.
No.
I think Crew and Mike are pretty well set there.
So I think there's only one place he's got to go, and he's got to go with Bayliss on the Ducati. I don't know. Yeah, that's my guess.
BMW?
It still doesn't seem to be kind of good enough. Yeah. Could be, but there might not be any money in it. And Troy would be late 30s these days.
Oh well, we'll find out in due course. I'll be fascinated to see. He's a massive talent.
Yeah, he turned up at the go-kart track the other week in Melbourne, because he lives up on the Gold Coast these days. Turned up on to watch the junior kids doing the Ovale Australian Championship. Yeah, sort of. What bloody are you doing here?
I love seeing these guys get involved in the community, and
well, you know, we've got to put back into it, and you've got to get people to put back in at the, you know, or we don't have a sport, you know. So.
Yeah, very, very true. But we're very fortunate there. I think certainly all the senior riders I know give their time very, very generously.
Yeah. Well, I remember when we first started the juniors in Victoria, I had a coach's license. So I used to have assistants, and I had everybody I'd ever known. I had Robbie Phillips coaching the kids and all that stuff, and because they didn't have a coach's license, and Cam Donald and all sorts of different people, and it was just people just putting back in.
Yep.
and it was great. You know, the people had no respect for some of the people that don't put back in. You know, it's.
I think it's also great that your club level racer gets to see that a top level rider is just another guy who's put in a lot of hard work.
Yes.
They get nervous, they get scared. They do go through all the same things that every other racer goes through. Yeah. They've just worked hard at refining it, and it's a really good experience for people to sit down one-on-one with some of our more senior riders and get a bit of insight into.
And they talk about fitness and nutrition and all the things that, well, we never thought about that back in the day. Fitness and nutrition was only having one beer after you come out of the pub at 10 o'clock. Yes, it's all changed. And people are athletes these days.
Definitely.
I know that all these top riders, we just said Troy Herfoss's name. Herfoss is good enough to do Australian championships on pushbike racing.
Yeah, wow.
And that's how he trains.
Yes, but look, it stands to reason because, as I was saying earlier, riding these bikes is hard, and no point giving up half a second a lap towards the end of the race because your fitness is letting yourself down.
Yes.
You've got to get the most out of everything, and that includes your body. Inspecting up there at Suckers at the moment. I don't know if are they sweeping up there? Oh, hopefully that one's clear. When we have a break like this, I usually try and collar a few riders to come and talk to us, but
well, we've got the radio mic, haven't we?
Call a few people up, do you think? Yeah, it looks like we might still have a few minutes to wait. There's still some action up there at Suckers Corner. So apologies for the delay, but as you can appreciate, when there's oil on the track and motorcycles going around at race speed, you need to make sure it's right. I don't know if Mark de Jong's around at all in the pits, is he, our club president? If Mark's about, it'd be a great opportunity to come up and a bit of a chat about how the weekends come together from your point of view. Now, it looks like things might be a few minutes yet, so I think maybe we'll take a very short break here as well. Just go and get some refreshments and hopefully be back with you very, very shortly. Right, well, sorry for the delay, everyone, but it looks like we're about ready to get back on track. Bike's starting to roll out. Take the opportunity quickly to welcome to the commentary box Mark de Jong, our club president. Welcome, Mark. How's your day going? Just a moment, we've got a small technical problem.
Hopefully that's a little bit better.
That's much better in my headset. So start again. How's your day going, Mark?
Yeah, no, it's definitely been a wet one today, but it's still been fantastic. Lots of bikes out on track, which is good. I've been here since Wednesday when we had the start to set up for the event, and just been walking around and making sure everything goes to plan. And it's look, it's been a very busy few days, but it's been fantastic to have such a good turnout to this event.
Pretty exciting to have a national championship here at Basketball. Hasn't happened for a long time.
No, indeed. And I think I'm not 100% sure, but I believe this is actually the first time we've had the national historics here. We've had historics events in the past to align with the events up at Simmons Plains, but I think it's the first time that Basketball has actually hosted the official national event.
Yeah, I think you're right with that one. It's good to see because I think most riders agree it's a good track for historic motorcycles.
Oh, definitely. And that's one of the things walking around the pits and talking to a number of the riders. It's quite a challenging circuit. And I don't know, just personally, I feel like the circuit, the atmosphere in general, really suits the whole historic vibe, I guess you could say. It is a track with a fair bit of history itself. And so it's always been, a very good rider's circuit. And I think the two events, or the circuit and the event work really well together.
Look, completely agree. A bit of a shame for the wet weather, I guess, particularly for riders who have travelled a long way to get here. But it is part of racing, as they say, and we're still seeing some fantastic racing out there today.
Exactly right, and the riders will understand that. More than anything, I actually feel a bit disappointed for the people on the hill who've come out here to watch. It would have been great to turn on the weather that we had for them yesterday. The races themselves. Look, why they probably don't enjoy it as much as in the dry, they all understand that it is a part of the racing, and the racing goes ahead regardless of the conditions, more or less. But yeah.
Who knows? We might get a dry line this afternoon. Fingers crossed.
Definitely. Look, I do know some of the locals, from what I've seen, have been reveling in the wet weather. That sort of home local knowledge has given them that little bit of advantage and that confidence in the surface and in the grip that those people coming in from interstate haven't built up yet. So
well, we're about ready for a start, Mark. But big thank you to you and your team. I know how much work goes into these events, and so far, from what I can see, is going very, very well. So congratulations.
No, definitely, thank you, and indeed, all the committee and the volunteers, everyone that goes in to put this event, we all do it for the passion of the sport, and it wouldn't happen without them. So thank you to all of them.
All right, well, thanks for your time, and looks like Doug's presumed his seat as the commentator. So
I'll pass the mic back on to him.
Thank you, Mark. Welcome back, Doug.
Just having a glance, we don't seem to have Anthony Stevens down there.
No. And we've got a bike parked on the outside. He's obviously got a mechanical issue. Bike 53.
Yeah, Rob Williams. Yeah.
That's Rob Williams, yes. So Boyd Witzman picks up pole position. And got a good start too. In fact, the first time today, Boyd Witzman will lead the field.
Jamie Banks is going backwards.
So Jamie's been the man in form, but I was saying this morning I was expecting to see Boyd out in the lead, but I don't know if he's got the wet tyres. But maybe this damp track is going to help him a little if he doesn't have full wets.
I'm just looking for Banks. He's in 4th spot. Oh, he's off and running.
He's not. I thought he's going to put a move on there, going up in the second. He's thinking about it. No, backed out of it. Still plenty of time to play catch up, but Boyd Whitson, a nice little couple of second lead there now as he goes through Calvin's onto the back straight.
Yeah, both of them with the same engine on the 650 Panthers.
Fair old pedigree in that model.
Yes.
How much racing have they done over the years? It's, so far, Boyd Whitson holding it together at the front and looking pretty strong. Jamie Banks now squeezing his way up into second place into turn 1.
Bob Mariner lost out, went from second place to fourth place, but it's still only quarter time.
It is. But a fair old gap there, 4.4 seconds across the stripe last time through, so Boyd Whitson has certainly got a nice little margin. We'll try and get a lap time for you next time through, just see what the difference is between Boyd Whitson and Jamie Banks.
Well, surely Jamie Banks will just ride within himself, finishing second spot. Or do you crash and burn? It's Big Danny's bike, he won't crash and burn.
Well, I think he's got his hand up. I think he's got an issue. He's lost more time, and I'm sure I saw his hand up coming over the hump on the back straight. Looks like he's still continuing, but I'm sure his hand was up.
Boyd Whitman doing a good job out there in front. Jamie was just shaking his head there.
There's something wrong because Boyd Whitman just did a 1 minute 10. Jamie Banks in second did a 1 minute 14.
Yeah.
4 seconds a lap is a massive difference. There's got to be something amiss with the bike in second place.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the bike's owner. He doesn't seem too concerned down there.
Certainly, if you're shaking his head, that would suggest there is an issue there.
So Bob Mariner's in this group in third. Is he third? No, he's fourth. Bob Mariner in fourth spot. So it's Ron Funk that's our third place man. Yes, seems like nobody's terribly worried about all the cement dust out there or whatever it is these days.
Yeah, I actually don't know what it is these days. Kitty litter is the official official word. What that is, I don't know, but I don't know it's a design for cats. It is? Okay. Let's go with that.
So everybody's strung out. There's nobody really close enough as Garth Williams just goes through in front of Chester Carey. There's so Rob Williams went back to the pits.
Okay, last lap board being ready for Boyd Whitson, who's just coming through the chute at the moment. So 1 lap remaining for our race leader. He'll be delighted with this.
So Doc Lewis just coming through. He's a lap down.
That's our veterinarian.
Yes, it fascinates me, that stuff.
Oh, that's certainly not running well, the Jamie Banks machine. Let's hope he can complete the race and get some points.
It's only a lap to go. Are they gaining on him?
I don't think so, but the way it's running, it could stop at any time by the sounds of it.
So Gavin Lewis comes through on the 500 Panther.
Oh, look at it up the hill. It's in all sorts of trouble.
So they certainly are gaining on him now. Lost 1 spot.
And of course, the other problem with a bike that's misfiring like that is they're hard to... Oh, our race leader and now winner is Boyd Whitson, just crossed the line. So great.
So he's going to win that by
a country mile, 20 seconds or more. Oh, good dice back further, coming off the end of the straight now. Who we got in that? That's
Ron Funk.
so Jamie Banks seems
Oh no,
to
Jamie's come back, so it's obviously intermittent.
very intermittent.
So it was Ron Funk just from Bob Mariner. There couldn't have been much in those two.
Andrew Lewis just crossing the line. He's on a what's that? A SR 500.
Now Gavin's on the Panther.
Panther, is it?
Yeah,
Right.
just that's Lewis. Oh, that was Doc Lewis. Yeah. Carey and Garth Williams. So Barry Knight was a non-starter.
Gary Edwards just crossing the line. Bit of a lonely ride for Gary. But great to see Boyd Witzman returning to the pits as Victor. He'll be wrapped with that. And a few issues to sort out in the Jamie Banks machine. So that would bring up Group 4, I think we're up for. We'll just wait for the call from race control. Yeah, I believe that is Group 4, so that's period 6, 750. Be interesting to see if the RC30 of Scott Campbell fronts up after its previous DNF. Had a couple of mechanical gremlins with that, but it'd be great to see Scott back out there. Scott Honeychurch making his way out. I think Scott won the race, or race 1 this morning. So in pretty good form at the moment. Scott Honeychurch on bike number 26. Yeah, it looks like the RC30 will make its way out, so fingers crossed they've sorted out the issue with that. Very disappointing for Scott if he can't continue to compete this weekend.
So Scott Honeychurch down there. He rode very well in the earlier event. Kio Watson.
Yes, Kio obviously coming to grips with the wet track as well towards the latter stages of race 1. Big challenge with Scott Honeychurch, who came out on top, but I think we're going to see a different Kio Watson again in this race. I think he's going to be pretty quick. Corey Turner, a bit more time on the bike. You expect he's going to be fast as well. Certainly some talent in this one, Doug.
Yes. The well, a couple of favourites in this, aren't there? It's
So Kio Watson's the man who will lead them round on the siding lap. Scott Campbell not far behind. Trevor Riley on the Kawasaki. Some classic race bikes in this field. Certainly, from that era of the 80s and 90s, filling the ranks of local and world superbike racing. Some brilliant racing from that period.
Yes, it was like Fred Merkel won a world championship on an RC30 back in the day.
I was just thinking, but looking at the 851 Ducati of Kio Watson's,
Yeah.
remembering, I think Roy Leslie, and it could have been Graham Morris, who was his teammate, or was it Ben Archibald?
No, it was Craig Connell at one
Was
stage.
it really?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't remember.
Off the 250.
Yeah, right. The Australian Ducati dealer team, pretty successful in their time.
Yes, was it Arthur ran the team. They were a nice bunch of blokes. They were.
Pete Smith as well was part of their.
Yes, he was. Yes.
Their team, yes. So almost ready for a start. The flag's coming in. Start's going to be crucial again. 5 lap races. Racing, and it is the Ducati that launches the best. Corey Turner nicely through from row 2. He's going to squeeze up the inside of Scott Campbell, but it is the Ducati that's going to lead the field for the first time.
So Kio Watson from Corey Turner, from Scott Campbell, from Scott Honeychurch. And we've lost
Scott
Campbell. He's on his feet.
Not having a good time, Scott. He's holding his arm. Is he okay? Let's hope he is.
His dad with his head down over there. He just, what do we have to do? And he's hurt.
I wouldn't be surprised. It is a red flag. I was about to say, expect with the bike where it is, and Scott looking like he wants a bit of assistance. So I think, red flags are out.
It's a shame for Scott.
It's a big shame. You can't say what happened, but certainly with the issues he's had so far today, that can help break your concentration, and he might be thinking about...
Are we going to get some electrical gremlin going to have the hiccups again?
Exactly, and it can be enough just to break that concentration. He might be thinking he's got to... make up ground now. You don't know, but these things can play a part in, these sort of situations. But it sounds like the way Scott's sort of hunched over there. Feels like he might have hurt himself.
And Mal looks like he's enjoying it on the pit wall there.
We've been having a pretty smooth run until now.
Not the kiss of death.
No, and it didn't come from me. But with the oil leak, and now this is our first proper crash. It's not what we want to see.
So the medical's not moved.
It certainly reminds us of one thing. Historic bikes and very valuable bikes they may be, the riders still push them hard.
Oh, yes.
There's no demonstration laps here, and Scott's just demonstrated that.
I still think that Scott's a young bloke these days, but he's... Yes, it's... hopefully he's quite all right.
Look, sometimes those slow ones can really hurt. It whacks you on the pavement, gives you a good old bit of winding sometimes. Be nice to think that's all it is, and he's going to be up and about. But at least the crews are there to help.
He was on his feet quite quickly. So there'll be a slight delay while we sort this out and find out what's going on. 2%.
We'll maybe take the opportunity, given we had to rush into that changeover commentary because of the upcoming race. Maybe if we can just hand back to Mark for a moment while he's up here in the commentary box.
Still hanging around.
Yeah, no, it's great to have you up here, Mark. I know, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you short before. It's just that bikes are on the grid, but
oh no, look, that's fair enough. That's you're up here to do the commentary, so that's what you're here for. So
we always like to take the opportunity to talk about some of the sponsors that have helped us out this weekend. You've been central to organising a bit of that, so maybe you can.
Yeah, look, you know, it's obviously this is one of the larger events we've held in a long time, and we have had a number of people come on board, either as major sponsors or just advertising in our program and things like that. So, you know, the obvious three are our major sponsors. That's Shannon's Insurance, Verix Exhaust Systems, and Michelin Tyres. You know, all three of those have come on board, seen the value in the event, and seen the value to their customers as well. I think, you know, all three of them have very close ties to historic racing. So yeah, it was really, really fantastic to have those people come on board, particularly in, you know, it's been a bit of a difficult year, I think, for many people. So it's nice to have that support behind us.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Shannon's Insurance even go as far as offering their facilities for our club committee meetings.
Indeed, they do. Yep, we have our monthly meetings there, and it's been a little bit more than monthly recently, just with leading up to this event. And we've got our 2-hour endurance race next weekend, of course. So you know, that's the sort of thing that they do. You know, that's like I said, that, you know, all three of these companies have very close ties to the sport. It's the same with Verix Exhaust. You know, they're a local company making stainless steel pipes, and they've offered their workshop. In fact, Paul Vidal, who runs that company, is here today offering his services for free to the competitors. You know, just the same way that Shannon's do with their you know, with their office for us, and Michelin in other ways as well. They're also supporting, you know, and have supported in the past some of our other events. And you know, it's great that these companies, that while they're relatively large companies, are you know, putting back into grassroots racing and putting back into supporting, you know, both our club and other clubs around the country as well.
Absolutely, it's very, very hard to put on an event like this without the support of companies and with generous contributions they make. And it's not just financial contribution as well, like we're saying, offering their meeting rooms, or Paul Vidal is a contributor to the club who has very exhaust. So it's great to have those types of people on board. You mentioned the 2-hour next weekend. How's that shaping up, do you think?
I will be honest, I have been so focused on this event. I'm a little behind as to where we are with the 2-hour. You know, unfortunately, I think it probably won't be as big as in previous years, just due to a clash of dates with ASBK. But, you know, it is our premier event as a club, I guess. You know, it's our annual major event, and you know, no doubt it will be fantastic again. I know a lot of our local competitors are very excited to get back on their bikes for that. You know, there's a few teams forming up again, and strategies forming up, which is the usual thing with the 2-hour. It's you know, it's a race that is just long enough to require a degree of planning that you know, you can't just get through the race on one set of tyres or one fuel change, or it's just that right length to make it that little bit tricky. And there's little alliances that form between riders and between teams to sort of work out how they're going to outride the other team this year. So it should be fantastic.
Been running a few years now, and I think every year turns up a surprise for an issue. Like, we've had bikes run out of fuel on the very last lap. We've had bikes break down when you don't expect them to. There's always some controversy and some interest in it. It's been a classic race over the years.
Oh, indeed, and that's part of what's made the event what it is. It definitely. I'm sure we'll have the same thing this year. Hopefully, it won't be too much drama. I prefer it when it's a mechanical or a fuel or something like that. But yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. There's been a number of riders that have cut it very, very fine, and some, I believe it was Mike Jones who cut it too fine. And it's the same. We also have the 20 lapper with that race as well, which has a similar sort of thing. I remember we had Joel Kelso, who's now running in Moto 3, a few years back, and he decided, being the rider that he is, he'd challenge himself and do the whole event on one set of tyres, and it cost him out to a young gun, and he wasn't very pleased with that, but it was a challenge he set himself, and hopefully we'll see him back one day for that as well. And that's the great thing about the event. On the one side, it is a club event. It's it is grassroots racing, but at the same time, we've got these names, like Joel Kelso and Mike Jones and Jed Metcher and all those riders that are coming from ASBK and are sometimes around the world, and they see this as such a fantastic, fun event. They see it as, for many of them, it's the end of their season. And like I said, unfortunately, this year it hasn't worked out that way, which is why we'll probably miss out on some of them. But that's the kind of event that we're putting on, that with a caliber that a national or even international rider finds competitive, but also fun.
It's also a test of not only rider and bike, but a big test of tyres. In fact, twice I can remember seeing a bike finish with the steel belts showing through. In fact, the one that really springs to mind is when multiple Australian champion Glenn Allison was here. From the commentary box was like, "What's up with Glenn?" He was almost grass tracking style, sideways through corners. Why? Because it run out of rubber to the point where it had steel belts on the track.
I was going to say, I remember when that bike came in, and it looked like it had been out doing a stunt show, not an endurance race. There was nothing left on that tyre at all. In fact, I think if it had been anything other than a steel belted tyre, he probably would have ended up with a flat tyre. So
I think Jason Spencer, similarly last year, was down to the steel belts by the end of the race. Point being, of course, that it really is a fantastic event. It's fascinating. You never know what's going to happen till the last lap. Bikes are on the limit of fuel economy and tyres and rider endurance. It always throws up some surprises, and a race I always look forward to.
That's it, and that's what we were saying before about strategy and so forth. These guys are going out, the ride days beforehand and trying to set their consistent lap time and working out their fuel usage, and it goes down to people putting their fuel in ice buckets, or wheeling their bikes down pit lanes so they don't wear out their tyres and things like that. But it's 2 hours. It doesn't seem like that's what it would be, but it's just right on that limit with Baskerville and the circuit that it is, that it causes those challenges.
I guess that's we've just been fortunate that it does create that situation. A 1000cc bike may or may not get the hour, depending on what pace they run. But it really comes down to mils of fuel at the end. So
and that's it. We've had 600cc bikes that have cross-entered because our 1000cc class is effectively an unlimited class, which allows smaller capacity bikes to enter. We've had 600s come in and take podium positions simply because they had the benefit of less tyre wear or better fuel usage.
Exactly right. Yeah, certainly one of our favourite events, and I don't think it's been that popular with our officials who've had like this event and next weekend back to back. But certainly from a spectator's point of view, it's a double whammy of great motorsport.
Oh, definitely. We've been quite blessed, I guess you could say, down here in Tassie in general this past month. With the car historics as well, and several major car events, and now our events. It's been great, and it's great to see that, despite, effectively in excess of events, we're still getting, spectators out here on the hill despite the weather. It's fantastic to have, I was on the gate this morning taking entries. It was fantastic to see so many people come through. To come and support this event and to see what it's about. And, I'm sure some of them are seasoned motorsports or motorcycling spectators. And there are also people there who, I can't say for sure, but look like it, it may be their first time to a motorcycling event. So it's great to see that.
And I was saying before, Mark, that for people who are reasonably new or foreign to motorcycle racing, if you're interested in being involved, there's contact details on our club website. Plenty of people to get in contact with. The club hosts ride and race days.
Yep, that's the srct.org.au. Indeed, we're effectively the club that runs motorcycling events at this circuit. There's also the TMCC that does the Northern Circuit, and we host both club races and inter-club races, which is between the Northern Club and the Southern Club. We've got events throughout the year. And it's a great way, if motorcycling is your thing, if you are a road rider, and you want to either progress your skills or get off the road and not have to worry about those nasty white toolboxes they sit up on the side of the road these days. It's a great way to come out and do that without having to risk a fine. It's much cheaper, and if it's something that you really enjoy and you feel like you're a competitive sort of person, we have those races. We have classes that are specifically set up for people who are new to racing, who need to or want to build the skills in order to move up to the faster classes and the bigger classes, right up to, as I mentioned, what is effectively a state series, and which is the big superbikes, setting lap records. Our superbike lap record is currently held by a local rider, despite the fact that we've had those, aforementioned riders from ASBK and so forth come here. We still have a local rider that holds the lap record here.
And that's the other thing I was going to say, Mark, that it does actually demonstrate the level within the state, that we have had the likes of some of the riders you mentioned, Joel Kelso and Mike Jones and Jed Metcher and Glenn Allett and so on and so on. They come down here and they don't walk away from the field. It just goes to show that the level of racing here in Tasmania is very strong.
Definitely.
And, I think the support for racing is very strong. So I think both clubs here in Tasmania have done a wonderful job. It's fantastic to be able to have an event like this. The Australian Historics come down here, and I think even today we're seeing a lot of our locals performing very strongly.
Yeah, no, definitely, indeed. I remember someone saying to me years ago that if you could ride fast at Baskerville, you could ride fast anywhere. Now that is before the resurface that we had a number of years ago, but I think it does still stand in that it is a very challenging circuit to ride. And in what you said in regards to the club and the Northern Club as well, and the atmosphere that we provide, that's what I was saying before, why those riders at the caliber that they are like to come back. They find it both competitive but also enjoyable. Even the other day, Levi Day, who races in the series in Great Britain,
British
Superbike at a very high level. He likes and follows our Facebook pages and in regular contact with some of our members who he's competed with before, and effectively considers himself a part of a club of which he doesn't live in the state, he doesn't even live in the country. That's the sort of club I think we are, that we can provide that atmosphere.
Yeah, just laughing about Levi being on the top page. Sorry.
Indeed, he was excited that he got tagged in a picture from when he'd competed here a number of years ago.
Yeah, so he's in the program, Bike 29.
So,
yeah, and I'm sure you also want the opportunity to send out a bit of a thank you to everyone who's.
Oh, definitely. As I mentioned before, the racing restarted, and we then had this break as well. Look, as president of the club, you oversee and see all the work that people put in, and you also see how often it gets overlooked and how little sometimes people realise what goes on behind the scenes. as I mentioned before, we've been using those Shannon's offices, and it's been almost a weekly basis that we've been in there with a bunch of us having discussions about how we run these events and organise these events. And one of the tasks that we do in those meetings is organise our volunteers, which are the other group of people. It's a dedicated number of people who give up their free time and at their own goodwill to come and help us run these events. The people that are at the start gate taking entry fees, or that are at the flag points out in the rain, inside the building that we're in at the moment, running up and down with bits of paper with timing and all that sort of stuff. Without all these people, this wouldn't happen. And so it's fantastic that these people are willing to come out and give their time for this club. Again, going back towards the atmosphere that we have in the club, it all works together, and it's all part of a bigger thing, I guess, where we're a community, we're a community-based club, and we all share the same passion, which is two-wheeled racing and two-wheeled riding. And indeed, a big thank you to all those people out there, and if you see them, if you deal with them, if you come across them, extend that thanks to them, because without those people, this just wouldn't happen.
Yep, absolutely. Well said, Mark. It is a lot of people who put a lot of hours to make these events happen, and it is all volunteer time. People often taking annual leave, working late nights to put these sort of events on. So yeah, big thank you to everyone involved. I think I've just noticed a few more spots of rain falling. I was hoping we were going to see a dry line there, but a little telltale puddle over on the driveway there. It's starting to get a few splashes.
So Chris has just gone off to organise a bit of social media, I think. So he's left me here with the microphone. As he mentioned before, we do have a few spots of rain falling again, and Scotty Campbell is still being attended to by the ambulance people. He's on his feet, and he does appear to be okay, but I think he may have an injury that needs attending to. So until that's sort of dealt with and we have the ambulance freed up again, unfortunately, proceedings are on hold.
Yes, it's quite a shame. But the ambulance is there to do the job. I'm assuming they've dealt with Scott. I don't know if he's going to be transported away.
I think I actually just saw him walk off, holding his wrist in one arm.
Yeah, I thought it might have been a collarbone at first, but he certainly was quick to get the leathers off rather than get the scissors out.
So we have just seen the door of the ambulance close, and the officials are having a word with the ambulance staff. So I'm going to assume that Scotty is okay, and they're probably just tying up a few loose ends before we hopefully get proceedings back underway. Fingers crossed.
And I'm assuming that will be a full restart of event number 4.
I assume you probably would be right, because I think that only happened on lap number 2. If it was even lap number 2, it might have been on the opening lap.
Might have been. Yeah, I think it was the opening lap, yeah. Well, all the best to Scott and his family out there. I don't know whether he was getting his brother and his uncle to come down, Robbie Scollier. I've not seen Robbie for a long time. I asked him the other day if he'd come and have a look, and his granddad.
Oh, there you go.
Was don't know. He must be a relatively old man. I had a heart attack the last time I had a beer with them 20 years ago in the Isle of Wight Hotel on Sunday night at the Grand Prix.
A self-induced heart attack by the sounds of it.
I thought it was indigestion, but apparently it wasn't. Yeah, so we can't be far away from getting a start now.
Sorry.
So we've got, looks like a good crowd of spectators out there on the hill. We've had our lunch break, so we can't pick up any time there.
No, indeed. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. I'm not sure what time our licensing ends for running on-track activities, but I think we're currently running about quarter to three indeed. And we're only, I believe that was race 2 or race 3?
4 on the
Race
second
4.
on the second run through.
So we've still got 9 races to get through. Thankfully, they're not super long races. So if the marshals are able to get bikes back on track, I'm sure they will be very efficient with that and get us through before the day's end. But that does indeed rely on the ambulance becoming available again. Now, I am seeing some people within that class around the pits walking around with helmets on, so it could be that they are expecting to return to circuit soon.
I didn't hear a call up, but
indeed there was no call up, but I'm sure they're watching hawk-eyed as to what's going on. There's nothing worse than after a red flag like that getting a 2-minute call when you've got all your leathers off and all your gear off, especially in weather like this when it's quite tricky to get back on once it's wet. There we go, 5-minute call.
So I'm thinking that's going to be a full restart.
Indeed, I didn't quite hear whether they said it was a full restart, but that does seem like the logical scenario. And I believe it was a 5-lap race. I'm not sure how much shorter we can make it and still constitute a race.
Yeah, but 5 laps around here is pretty good. It's
It is. Look, it is a relatively short circuit, but it is quite a demanding circuit.
Yes.
There's not a lot of time to rest, and it's quite pretty well every corner has its quirks and its challenges, and there's a lot of elevation change. So even though they are only 5-lap races, there's a lot of work for the riders to do.
Well, Lakeside they go around under a minute. Broadford they go around under a minute, but there's a lot more work to do around here.
That's it. Look, the Superbike lap record, I believe, is a 52 or a 53.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Flat 52, so, which is quite a short amount of time, but again, you look at the circuit length, there's a lot to do in that 52 seconds, that's for sure. And most of these bikes, I think today, I haven't been watching all the times, but I know some of the Grand Prix bikes, the 250s and 125s and things like that, yesterday in the good weather, they were sort of down in 58s. I'm not sure where some of the super bikes were. But, to give you an idea of where they are in comparison to modern bikes, there we go. So Scott Campbell, who unfortunately appears to most likely be out of this next race, did a 55 yesterday, so on an RC30.
Yes, we're just talking. I made the comment before about Malcolm Campbell at Phillip Island. He struggled to break a minute 40 at Phillip Island, and Sean Giles on the historic bike now does 37s.
Yep. And look, that is the thing. While these bikes are all historics, they do, in some regards, I think, have the benefit of many years of technological advancement that does apply to them to some degree, and indeed most of that advancement comes in tyres, and probably also in some respects in suspension and things like that, tuning, depending on what the rules are for the particular class they're in. Sorry, what was that, Chris? 180 horsepower definitely helps. More reliable fuels, that's another area that there's probably been some advancement. So
yes, I always hear people saying, "Oh, well, I've got 200 horsepower." I think, well, a Manx Norton never even made 50.
Yeah. So there was the siren for the 2-minute call. So I might pass this mic back over to Chris, and let these gentlemen inform our punters as to how and what as the race progresses.
It just seemed like a great idea, you know. Sort of, I don't know how Keith.
Thank you, Mark. Great to get your insights and an update on how things are going from the club's point of view. And as you say, bikes are now rolling back out. I'm pretty certain we'll be missing Scott Campbell. It did appear that Scott has hurt his right shoulder, so being assessed at the moment, but that's a real shame for Scott. Clearly one of the favourites for this weekend. We love seeing him and the RC30 out there, so a bit disappointing, but we wish Scott all the best. So I think, Doug, for me now, this race is really how Scott Honeychurch will fare against the Kio Watson Ducati 851. Of course, we have Corey Turner in there who got away to a really good start in that previous race as well. So still plenty to look forward to.
Because Corey's still a young man, as is a couple of the. I don't know how old Kio Watson is, but yeah, these young fellas. I think Scott Campbell's still a young man. So.
It becomes relative, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it's. So we've got the current P6 750 champ out there in Corey Turner, and he's the current 1300 champ as well. Won both titles on the 750 at Morgan Park. It's the first time he's been here. I've got his information. He's 2 times Australian Formula 1 Sidecar champion. Raced superbikes in ASBK for a few years. He went to Spain. Oh wow, that's 2014 and 15. He did the CEV Championship in Spain on the Moto 3 and did Moto 2 in 2016. He raced the Suzuka 8 Hour in 2016-2017. So I thought he was a bit younger than he is, but because I remember him as a little junior, but not a bad little resume from Corey.
Yes, well, it speaks to the point I made earlier about, I guess, how difficult it is for the historic racers riding their historic machines to match it against somebody of Corey's
Yes.
talent, a younger rider who is capable of mixing it with the best in the field in ASBK. It shows that there's no messing around. If you're going to finish at the front of the field like this, you're a good rider.
Yes, he's the one to watch. There he is on number 49. That's a nice GSX Suzuki.
Missing Scott Campbell from P1, of course. So it's Kio Watson in P2 and Scott Honeychurch P3. And racing, nice start from both the guys on the front line. In fact, I think it's Scott Honeychurch who'll get through into. I was going to say first.
Yes.
It's tight though, but he will hold on.
Well, that was a great start. Very even from the first 4. But Honeychurch with his nose in front at the moment. Kio Watson. And then that's Corey Turner, I think.
It is, yes.
In third.
Now, what's going to be interesting here is to look at the straight line speed comparison down the back straight.
Yes.
That's going to tell you a lot about how this race will play out.
So they come round this left-hander.
So it's Scott Honeychurch in the lead still.
That leapt away from the Ducati. Can the Ducati outbrake him into the turn?
He certainly got some...
Closes right up. So that was fast entry into that turn. So it's Honeychurch from Watson. Corey Turner. Bell Chambers is in that 4th spot. Kawasaki rider is Trev Riley there.
Behind Peter Bell Chambers, is it?
Yeah.
Looks like Belly, yep. And then Steve Harley behind them.
But I'm just watching our race leaders. They've cleared off, but they're
I think previous lap, Kio Watson might have run in a bit deep down there at Kelvin's. He looked like he had some good pace running in there. Now he's closer to Scott Honeychurch. So this is going to be a better test of speed. And I think he might have rolled out of that. He might be just sussing Scott out, I reckon.
Well, there's nothing in them.
Not at all. This is certainly serious racing at the front.
And we should talk about the other people further back, but this is a great little dice out the front.
I'll tell you what, not much there. We can get a...
Kio Watson's going to have another go here. For somebody that's never been here before, he's snapping at Scott Honeychurch right on the ducktail. Honeychurch pulls away up the hill.
Nice battle further back at the bottom of the hill. Trevor Riley
yes.
Steve Harley, Peter Bell Chambers. But Scott Honeychurch is still the man who leads, coming onto the back straight.
Let's...
Doesn't look to have any extra speed,
No.
but he's strong under brakes. I don't think he's going to go through this time. But getting it a little bit loose under brakes. Looking to go around the outside of Scott Honeychurch. There's not much room there. Now, if I was going to pick this, I'd say it's going to be a move on the back straight on the last lap, but I've been proven wrong many, many times.
The fat lady has to sing. But he's not giving an inch. Honeychurch really under the pump, but when do you start and show him a wheel?
Well, I've got a feeling Kio's sandbagging a bit on the back straight. I think he's got a bit more straight line speed than...
He looked to have on the, I think it might have been the first lap or something. He looked a bit quicker down the straight.
If it's not this lap, it'll be the next one. I think he's going to look at coming right up behind for a slipstream now. It's probably this one. No, he runs in there a bit deep. He loses a metre or two.
It's not going to be close enough to outbrake. As I say, that he closes right down the inside there. Not quite close enough.
Super strong under brakes. It's Kio Watson.
Brendan Ferrari's got the last lap board. These two could get fair dinkum now. It's just none of that messing about. Kio Watson looks good on the downhill here.
Good battle further back as well. It's hard to take your eyes off the leaders at the moment. It's high stakes.
So Honeychurch pulls a couple of bike lengths up the hill. Kio Watson closes him down. Over the top they go. Drop down into this little left-hander here.
So we'll see if my prediction holds true. A move on the last lap.
Pulls alongside. Sails past.
With apparently more horsepower than the last few. So I think there might have been a bit of sandbagging there. But Scott's going to try. Spins it up. He was trying to run up the inside. There's not enough room there, though.
Drag to the line. Kio Watson takes it by 2 bike lengths.
Yeah, and that's a sign of an experienced racer.
Yes.
He looked at what he needed to do and executed it beautifully. Look at this right third place.
I'd like to have watched this, but we've had to concentrate on the lead.
So you got Peter Bell Chambers, Trevor Riley. Steve Harley out in the mud. Be careful out there.
Yeah, I don't know if Corey Turner sort of... there was no reaction when he went past there. That's Tim Pott just going through, just in front of his old sparring partner, Glenn Kettle.
Not a whole lot Scott Honeychurch could do about that. I think he was down a few horsepower on the back straight, and I think Kio played that to perfection.
Yes, it looked like a very good, smart move there. It's
and a safe one too.
yes. Yes, we see some of the braking things and the back wheels in the air, and it's not terribly pretty.
No, very impressive. Like I say, it's not easy out there on a wet track. I guess, just to let people know, coming across the start-finish line here on a greasy wet track, it's over 160 kilometres an hour on these bikes.
Okay, yeah.
It's not for the faint-hearted.
So Bell Chambers won his little battle. No, it's
and just as an FYI as well, these bikes are probably doing about 220, 230 as they hit the brakes off the end of the hump on the back straight. Not a place you want the front tyre to let go.
Well, the next event, P4 750, P3 350, P3 700. So we've got the classics and the post-classics in together. Bob Mariner was fastest. From Ron Funk, Garth Francis, Rob Williams, John Sleehofer, Ian Glover, Ted Maddiford, Tim Kingston, Jess Tucari, Barry Knight, Brad Astill, Garth Williams, Dan Gleason, Terry Morris, and Doug Churcher.
And look, just an update from race control as well. Given the delays we've had, the remaining races have been shortened to 4 laps.
So Tim Kingston down there on the XS 650. Which is I've not seen the bike before, and I believe it's new. This is what he's been fiddling at home with.
It does certainly look the part.
It really does. It's yes. Tim's been around. He started racing in 1979 till 1990, and then gave it away. He raced RDs, TZs, and RS250s. Last visit to Baskerville was 1988. so he wouldn't have been able to find his way in here, I think.
So, Doug, bike number 150, a Ducati.
Ian Glover,
yes.
Sebring.
Yeah, I know nothing about them.
Single cylinder. Ian Glover's a Ducati nut. He's got a collection of things. It's Sebring. I think they had a race win in America at the Sebring circuit.
Ah, that's where the name comes from. Okay.
That was, if you win something, Ducati will name a race after Baskerville.
Like the Boldor.
Yeah, like Boldors. And yes, it's yeah. You just mentioned Boldor. It reminds me, Alan Cathcart wrote a story about going to Boldor, and he went out on a sidecar with Ralph Billand. And at the start of the story said, I broke my arm here, and I broke my leg, and I did this and did that. And he said, until this day, I had never known fear in my life.
Well, in my experience, motorcycles have a habit of teaching you that.
Yes.
Certainly you learn to respect them.
But I think it's what we like about the sport. That's somebody quite slow out there. I'm not certainly missed the start. Oh, he's going to start from.
Yeah.
Oh.
And look, you're absolutely right about that. It is part of the attraction. there is a lot of activities these days are wrapped in cotton wool, and I think people like some of the risk that comes with motorcycle racing.
Yes. Like they've got the bricks down here with the names on the circuit. They did a similar thing at Mount Gambier to raise some money. And one of the bricks says, "It makes your eyes go big."
Reminds me of one of Valentino Rossi's race helmets.
Oh, yes.
The one from Magello.
Yes.
He said, that's how my eyes look. Braking from 340 kilometres an hour, whatever it is.
So Bob Mariner on the front row. He's got Ron Funk next to him. Ian Glover on the second row. Ted Maddiford on the 7-hour AJS on the third row. With Tim Kingston on the XS 650.
Got a flyer from the third row.
Well, that was a good start.
It's a very good start. And two bikes starting from pit road or pit lane.
So Bob Mariner's in the second place at the moment, chasing Ron Funk. And then they're clear of Ted Maddiford on the 7-hour AJS. Ted had such a good day yesterday. I said, so you'll be wearing the same socks and jocks tomorrow? You don't normally get something like that without a lucky charm.
No. Yeah, superstition does play a part, doesn't it? That bike may be broken down on the hill or about to break down. It's very, very slow, just going up over the top of the hill at the moment. Certainly looks like it's in some sort of trouble. It's not going very quickly.
And Bob Mariner goes sailing past Ron Funk there. And Ron Funk's going to try and dive round the outside. Still side by side. Dragged to the line.
It's going to be tight into turn one, isn't it?
So Mariner just with his nose in front. Ron Funk just had to settle for second there. Ted Maddiford on the 7-hour AJS doing a great job. Tim Kingston. And then we've got Ian Glover on the Sebring Ducati.
Still quite tight at the front there, not much in it. I think, is it still Ron Funk holding off Rob Mariner?
No, it's Mariner's in front with the red waterproofs on. So Ron Funk is onto the straight. Let's see what speed difference there is. And Mariner's just on the fast. Open the taps, pulls away.
Yeah, nice little gap starting to open up there.
But they are so far in front of the third place man, just Ted Maddiford. Or Jeff, as it says in the program. We better mention that he's part of Team Africa.
How many members does Team Africa have these days?
Oh, they've got branches everywhere now. There's a South Australian, a Queensland, and a New South Wales thing.
You might just want to let our spectators know the background of Team
Africa is another effing race I can't afford. But it was funny at the Island Classic a few years ago. They said, we've even got riders from Africa coming. Because they had the Team America and Team Africa. Yes, they were a very interesting bunch of people. Now we've got somebody terribly slow there. Just dropping down the hill. He's trying to stay out of the way.
Yeah, actually pulling off. So it's clearly an issue.
I can't see, but
nothing at all between the two front runners though.
No.
This is again going to come down to the wire.
He's going to try round the outside.
And it's the last lap.
That was pretty bold,
It
I
was
thought
very
there.
bold. You very rarely see that.
Yeah, I've been watching all weekend to see what the passing line could be there, but obviously it's the outside.
Well, you were saying that Rob Marin's got a bit more straight line speed. He's not out of this.
And Bob's cagey. Less than a lap to go. Down the hill they come. Ron Funk with his nose in front, and that's 4 bike lengths.
Well, we're about to find out. Oh, he's got a bit of a gap. Ah, there it goes.
Oh, Mariner back into the lead.
Oh, it's going to be tight, though.
Can Ron do anything about it?
Looking for a way around the outside.
No.
No, not now.
And I think Bob Mariner will win this and just drag up the hill on the 504 Honda. And Ted Madderford, he's not in third place. He's just got the West Australian John Sleehoffer got the better of Ted there. So that's twice the capacity.
Tim Kingston coming through in P5.
And that's another new bike for Tim Kingston. It's a recreation of his bike that his dad raced back in 1973, the XS 650.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah. That's
Doug
Churcher.
And Brad Astle, like 39.
Brad Astle's a Tasmanian, I believe.
He is, days. Yes.
Yeah. And Dan Gleeson comes home.
And one retirement by the looks of it, just down there at the bottom of turn 2. Makes it the recovery vehicle ready to go out. So hopefully this one won't take long. Because clearly we're now under a bit of time pressure given the couple of stoppages we've had.
So Brad Astle, he was one that was good enough to write us a little note about what he's got. The original bike engine was purchased from Brian Clarkson. The bike was raced as a rigid originally, and after the 2021 Mount Gambier Australian Championships, a wide line frame was bought from John Davis. John's here this weekend. The exhaust system was built by Fer Vernau at Verex. A great example of the Verex Championship. The rider Brad Astle moved to Launceston 8 years ago after retiring from the Navy and the Australia Border Force. Married to Sandy for 36 years. And the nice little bit at the end says, she would be here, but she tossed up for a weekend of late breaking races or Robbie Williams. Yeah. What a surprise. A woman would want to go and see Robbie Williams after being married for 36 years to the same bloke. Yes, he had a bit of a go at me. I was calling him Barry in 2021 at the championship over there, and his mates thought it was hilarious. You know. So I've got to say Brad every time now.
So next group out is a period 5, 350, period 3, 500. Brett Metcalf has been the man leading the field so far. Can we see Brett down there yet?
I've not seen him yet, but
Bike number 67.
Garth Francis is there, and he changed an engine this morning from first out to his race, and didn't have time to put the fairing lowers on. So,
Sean Rugen there on the yellow, number 51. Been having quite a good ride so far.
Yes, I expected a bit more from Sean this weekend, but Joe Vasesi down there, Danny Ahern on 327, Ted Maddiford finished 4th, come back out in this.
The recovery vehicle just returning after that pickup from turn 2.
Walter Murphy out there on the Royal Enfield. A couple of RDs, pretty similar. That's in the black leathers on 63 is blank.
Andrew Pobjoy?
Andrew Pobjoy, yes. He's from Narry Warren in Victoria.
Another RD LC Yamaha.
Yeah, it's. I don't know how many we'll get at the South Australian titles later in the year, but but Metcalf is there.
Yeah, late arrival, but that's okay. He got there in time.
Like Budinac. I was talking to one of the boys out there, and Ben Vestager, he's on the 1954 Velocette. He's 60 years old, and he started road racing 11 months ago.
Well, there you go. It's never too late, is it?
Yeah. He's from Strathalbyn, but he goes to Speed Week at Lake Gardner, and he holds 2 Australian records.
Wow.
On that bike.
Speed records.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just short of 100 mile an hour, I think.
I've actually been to that event. It's one of the best pit walks you'll ever do.
I've never been, but it's on the list of you should just go and look. Yeah, because we're interested in anything mechanical, you know.
It's fascinating. Yeah. The massive turbochargers hanging off all sorts of different things.
Postie bikes and things like that.
Running nitrous. It's great.
So Metcalf's going to win the warm-up lap. It's resplendent in new paint on the bike, new leathers.
Well, forgetting this is an Australian Championship round, so people do take it seriously.
Yes. And it's great to see the preparation of some of these boys. Garth Francis on the SO 500. So, his bike never landed here till lunchtime yesterday, so we missed the morning session.
But Brett Metcalf on pole position is certainly the man to beat.
Ready to go in the starter's hands. Red lights on, away they go. Garth Francis gets a good start on the SO, but Metcalf's going to lead up the hill for the first time. Races have been shortened to 4 laps now.
Terrible start from Sean Rugen. back in about 6th or 7th place after starting from position 3. On the yellow bike, just coming down through the S's at the moment, but Brett Metcalf already starting to stretch out a little bit of a lead there.
Oh, and somebody very, very wide there. I'm not sure who the third place man might be. I think that might be Andrew Pobjoy. I usually pick him by a silvery front to his helmet. But, he's all over the back of Garth Francis. Down the hill they go. A little bit of sweeping up there. Obviously, somebody's dropped a little bit of, hopefully, fuel.
I think that lead's probably stayed about the same for most of this lap. So
just Pobjoy in that second place.
Wow.
Lech Budinak, Garth Francis, Sean Rugan, Big Nick. Bit of a gap back to Danny Ahern. Ron Bellassisi not doing too well, and Ben Vesterhagen, he's the last man, but that bike's done, and he did Selix Beach this year on it. So, but the first time, it's been road racing for 12 months. But out there having fun.
So gap at the front, probably starting to stretch out a little bit now. Brett Metcalf, it is a GP-based TZ versus Andrew Pobjoy on a the production-based RDLC. So really, Andrew doing a great job there to keep the TZ in sight.
Because the class is just on capacities. It'd be better if I looked at the correct page. Yeah, Brett's worked on bikes for a long, long time, and everything he touches. He was a good super motard rider 20 years ago. Maybe a little bit longer than 20 years ago when they first started the super motard business. We did have a world championship in 2001 at Broadford.
Wow, I wasn't aware of that.
World Motard Championship. I have never seen anybody crank a bike over further and go around turns, and I've been there 1,000 times. Yes.
So Brett Metcalf certainly starting to extend that gap a little now. Certainly comfortable. Last lap board. I've said only 4 lap races now, so
he doesn't even look like he's pushing.
No,
he's a good ride from Andrew Pobjoy.
Very good ride.
So Lech Budinak doing a good job. So we've got South Australia from Victoria from New South Wales. Ted Maddiford running with these boys, and
a retiree at the bottom of the hill there. I can't see who that is, but parked on the infield. Definitely a mechanical on the looks of that.
Yeah, that's Verstegen. Oh, that bike might have 2 land speed records on the Salt, but
not up the hill at Baskerville.
Not up the hill at Baskerville.
Unfortunately, it means another short delay for a pickup after this race. But race leader, Brett Metcalf, just under brakes at the end of the straight now, so looking like another comfortable victory for Brett.
It's quite strange sometimes. You can see the body language on riders that you see often enough, and Brett's just rolling round, not doing just as much as he has to.
Absolutely.
Do. Yeah.
Thinking about what's for dinner tonight.
Yeah. Big Nick Berry. Garth Francis on the 500. Ted Maddiford on the 350. There's Danny Ahern, Daytona Dan. It's never over till it's over.
No, that's been proven time and time again.
So they all shuffle. Joe Valencisi, Walter Murphy, and Gary Edwards. That's the West Australian man just coming through,
Will Croft.
Yes, I think it's fabulous that these guys come all the way from Western Australia to. It's just we'll never complain about driving home from the racetrack again.
Oh, incredible. It reminds me of stories you hear of some of the successful racers like Wayne Gardner, who travelled the country. It was nothing at all for them to drive all night to get to a race meeting. Some fabulous stories out of the early years of racing, and no different today, like you're saying before, with Brian Starring or
I remember Brian's old man saying he'd driven the Nullarbor 20 times in a couple of years. They bought an Iveco van and just put every trip was 3,000, 3,500, 4,000 kilometres to go to Queensland or to Sydney or to Melbourne.
And then, of course, you have to be ready to go racing when you get there.
Yes. Well, John Starring was retired, and he obviously didn't mind driving. But to drive across the Nullarbor, if you've never done it, it's a lot easier to get on Virgin or Qantas or something like that.
It absolutely is. But as I was saying before, a very enjoyable drive if you've never done it.
Yes.
Definitely worth the trip. And for us in the eastern states going over.
Well, you guys have got it worse. You've got to pay $2,000 to get to Melbourne to start the trip like that.
Exactly right. But certainly Barbagallo, I think one of the best racetracks in Australia. Absolutely love the place. Or Wanneroo, as they used to call it.
Yes.
Of course, the Australian Historics were down there at Collie a few years back.
Yes, at it must be 4 years now.
I think it would be 4.
Queensland last year, South Australia before that. Yeah, it would be, yeah. And I don't know when next year's is going to be. I don't believe they've announced it yet.
Nothing I'm aware of, but maybe it has been decided. We're not in the know. That's often can be announced at these events where the next one's going to be. So maybe the powers that be are aware. I'm not sure. Hasn't been at Sydney Motorsport Park for a while, has
No.
it? So
too expensive to hire.
It's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah, I've heard that the Bend next weekend, I think it's $72,000 for the weekend.
Wow.
It's just an insane amount of money. But once they're willing to pay that amount of money to go there, the other racetracks can then put their price up to match. And I remember back in the 70s, maybe into the 80s, we used to go to Sandown, and Sandown was $25,000 back then.
Wow.
To hire, and we could go to Winton for $2,000. Yeah, where are you going to go?
Well, that's right, particularly when it's still a good racetrack.
Mm. Yes,
And there's only so much cost you can pass on because motorsport is expensive, and no secret that a lot of people are doing it tough at the moment. So clubs need to do what they can do, and organisers need to do what they can do to keep the cost down.
Well, I think that was one of the problems with the Ireland Classic, was the entry fee to get in was just a lot of money, and they used to have the dinner. So okay, you could go and hear Aggo speak, but they used to pay $150 on the entry fee to go and see the dinner. You know, it was
combined with not a whole lot of track time.
Yes,
I think it speaks to what you were saying before. I guess the value was not necessarily there for some people.
Well, Mount Gambier Club invented a meeting usually in end of February, beginning of March, the Laurie Fox Memorial, and it was just for people that were not very pleased with the entry at Broadford, at Phillip Island. Phillip Island's not very good for a lot of the old bikes. It sort of, they vibrate to pieces.
Yeah.
And you used to get more laps at the racetrack than you could afford to do the next meeting with money in your pocket, you know.
It was what we're saying about why a track like this is good for older historic bikes. They're not held on the rev limiter for a long time, and guys can still ride them, pretty hard.
I remember we took our juniors to Phillip Island the first time, and they were doing just on 2 minutes a lap on 80cc bikes. But they'd come onto the straight and they were flat out in top gear when they got onto the center of the tire. And it was like, none of them could have rolled a smoke and gone down the thing, but you would have had enough time. You know.
So it looks like just a short delay while they were looking at something there at the bottom of the hill. Whether they thought there was oil there or something to pick up, maybe from the machine breakdown that we had. But as you can see, the cars are returning now, coming back down the straight. So hopefully we're going to be running again very shortly.
So Brad Astle on the Triton having a little chat with Daytona Danny Ahern. Ready to go. Is this the 500 Classic? I should check before I speak. No, this is the Classic, Post-Classic up to 1300. Just looking at the lap times, Rick Franken was the fastest man with a 1:04.99. So that's a 1:05.
Oh no, that's a 1:04 at the pub.
Yeah. Yeah, but he's only less than a quarter of a second faster than John Hughes, and a second faster than Owen Ward.
On a dry track, of course, was qualifying. So hopefully we're not too far away.
And we've got the person down there sweeping up. They've cleared our puddle so we can't tell if it's raining now.
I'm looking at one on the other side of the racetrack on the exit road.
Oh dear.
It looks pretty good. And we have just had the 2-minute call, so bikes are rolling out. Bike 7 is Jonathan Hughes, CB754. Rode very well in race 1.
So twin discs up front, drum brake rear. I'm not sure what model Honda 4 that is. That's a little bit later one, I think. Well, the side covers are definitely later. So Owen Ward's there on his Honda 4. Ches there on the BSA from 1971, so a bit later model, post classic, built as a race bike back in the 90s, early 90s. Stock BSA frame and front wheel, lighter tank, cotton Telstar seat. It's got CCM light and crankshaft, CCM conrods, B50 motocross camshafts, lightened and polished rockers, oversized valves, 36mm Gardner carb with a remote float chamber. And how good is all this British stuff that he's got on it? Magneto is off a YZ80.
It's good to see he's back on track after his early little spill there into turn 1. Obviously took no harm from it.
Yes, it's. Oh, we got the big Guzzy out there as well.
Yes.
Rick Franken, he was the fastest man in the dry yesterday.
I think Jonathan Hughes got the better of him on the CB 750 in race 1, so I think we're in for a good race again here.
I don't know how big the 750s are out there that are on the program as a 750, but the Guzzy is what size?
1062 it's described as.
He's obviously struggling with a fogged up visor.
Oh, we want to be careful. Yeah, get a jump start. There's a bit of rolling there. But he's got away well. He's going to lead John Hughes for the run into turn 1. Bit of congestion behind as the riders sort themselves out.
Oh, that's not pretty.
No, you always hold your breath in that corner. They all come out the other end. But Rick Franken's the man who's leading Jonathan Hughes for the run up the hill for the first time.
Well, let's see if the Guzzy does get away. No.
In fact, up the hill, the Honda looked a little bit faster.
Yeah, it's like I say, I don't know how big the Honda is.
Well, certainly described as a 750, and I'm assuming they have an overbore limit of, I think it's typically 5%.
I don't know what the T-Rex things ever got up to, but
some things are still left unsaid.
Yes.
It's, okay, so Rick Franken is going to hold the lead for completion of the first lap.
4-lapper. '21's Brett Gray. So just watching these bikes now, there's no change out the front. Back through the field, we've got Brett Gray and then Danny Ahern. Dan Gleeson, that's Dan's white helmet, just going halfway up the hill now. He's been hauled in by Brad Astle. And Astle's going to go through on the South Australian.
Is there a move coming under brakes here? No, there's not yet. Sorry, I was just looking at the leaders. Jonathan Hughes ranging right up behind Rick Franken now. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something in the next lap here.
Yeah, everybody I was just watching them coming out of the turn, waiting to get right on the back of the tyre before really snapping the throttle open.
We did see the Honda was quick up the hill a couple of laps back, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a move coming up here very shortly.
He's right on the back of him now.
Guzzi punches out of the corner well, doesn't it?
It does. It's hardly even a bike length.
Yep.
Yeah. But you only need half of one, don't you?
Well, we'll see what he can do down the straight this time. He should be right on the back wheel. The Guzzi, as we say, does get away out of the corner as well. Maybe the torque. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Did that quite comfortably.
So the Honda went by the Guzzi there in the straight line. Keeps it all together nicely into that big long left-hander. Going to get the last lap board this time through. Big thanks to all our crew down there. We got Brendan Ferrari doing the last lap board, and I think he's the race secretary as well. Everybody doing a marvellous job standing out in ordinary conditions. So Owen Ward is in 4th place. Big Danny Ahern, Chester Cairo, Dan Gleeson, Brad Astle.
Watching the leaders onto the back straight for the last time. Guzzi's not far behind John Hughes on the Honda. I thought he might be a chance, but the Honda's got a bit of speed down there.
Yes. A little bit better on the brakes as well at the end.
Yeah, keeps it all under control. So it looks like Jonathan Hughes will pick up the win to make it 2 from 2. He'll be pretty happy about that.
And looks over his shoulder to see where Franken was. It always happens. It's the other side.
Absolutely. So great ride from both riders.
Terribly lonely ride for Brett Gray.
Yes, no one in front or behind.
What would that be?
Owen Ward from Danny Ahern.
Ches going through on the BSA. Dan Gleeson on the Dominator. Brad Astle comes through. That very pretty Triton. Garth Williams, very, very keen. First man there. So this is the period 4, period 5, 250s. Well, I'm thinking this should be another Brett Metcalf benefit. Des Heaney's down there on the bull tackle. Like Budinak's there. A windswept photographer down there. Should be trying to get somewhere to take pictures of her husband, I think, in this. So Garth Williams, Western tree and stump removal. If you, I don't know if he'd do a quote for down here.
Yeah.
He lives in Clarendon, South Australia, but there's plenty of trees he could cut down. 60 years old, still climbs trees every day.
Wow. No worse than riding a motorcycle, I guess.
Yes, he was one that had a heart attack recently. He went out on a sidecar for a ride. Come and have a go at this. I could do that.
They brought on the heart attack?
Absolutely. Stop drinking, stop smoking.
Yeah, I've got to say, massive respect to the guys and girls who get out there on the three-wheelers. They're always spectacular to watch, but as I said before, I've never been brave enough to do it.
Just waiting for everybody. Neil Weddle. Oh, Neil Weddle's got 3-2-1 on the back. That was a rider that got killed a couple of years ago. Must be 6 or 7 years ago now. I think all the boys just had a little sticker made and just rode round with it on. John Goot, his name was.
Yeah, certainly a strong sense of camaraderie and friendship in these communities.
Oh, it's absolutely astounding. It's and everybody jokes with everybody and this, that, and the other, but there's a serious side to it.
So this has got to be Group 8, which is all the 250s, the Period 4 and Period 5.
Event number 8. 13, what time we got? It's just after 10 to 4.
And once again, our winner from race 1 was Brett Metcalf. Yeah. I don't know that he's going to be challenged today. He seems to bit of class of his own.
And he loves to win the warm-up lap. Yeah. But at least the commentator says something about you.
Well, that's true. But he's fortunately giving us reason to commentate on other things, like leading the race.
And Terry Morris is having all sorts of dramas this weekend. He wants a seal kit for his rear brake.
It's almost ready for a start. The red flag's coming in, waiting for the red light, which is now on. And racing, it looks like Metcalf's away the best. No, Leclerc is going to lead the field.
For how long?
About that long.
Yes. They're having a good ride this weekend.
Yeah.
Just watching Neil Weddle coming down the hill there. He was all over the back of Budinac. They're side by side. That's close enough to side by side up the hill.
Pass on up there at Suckers. But
Metcalf again, he's only pulled a second so far.
Yeah, again, it's GP technology compared to a couple of production-based bikes behind, so they've got their work cut out to try and reel him in. And he's riding it very well.
Yes. Yes, they don't go around on their own, do they? It's
but look, as we were saying before, the GP bikes in a higher state of tune, they can be harder to ride, particularly on a wet track.
But Neil Weddle in that second spot, Budinac. They're well clear of Murray Seabrook.
Riding really well. The two guys, Lech Budinac and Neil Weddle, to be keeping Brett Metcalf in touch is, like I say, brilliant riding.
Yes, one little slip and they'll be back there. That's a little bull taco going round of Des Heaney there.
And some of these older bikes with, they don't have the most rigid frames or suspension. They don't give you a whole lot of feedback, so
No.
they're riding on memory largely on what they could get away with the lap before. So you can get caught out pretty quickly in these conditions. So again, credit to them for putting in a great ride.
And I think that's what's the older guys have grown up with that. Yeah, they all didn't work very terribly well, but
completely agree with you on that. It's all relative. If you believe you've got the latest and greatest, you'll make it.
Yes.
You go out and work, and you grew up with it, so you still believe it's a good thing.
Oh, Lindsay Russell. Oh no, he's still got his nose in front of them. So now that's a good little thing with the New South Welshman, Lindsay Russell, leading Walter Murphy and Marty Chambers.
Just down through the S's at the moment, that trio.
Yeah. And they'll be talking about this having a beer, you know. Marty Chambers trying to come. So Lindsay got away a tiny bit up the hill.
Bit of lap traffic coming into play here for the leaders.
Weddle and Budinac still with Metcalf. They're only separated by a couple of seconds, I reckon. 2.5, 3 seconds.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of holding on. So Brett Metcalf has been in great form here this weekend.
Murray Seabrook just in front of Nick Berry. Oh, and Murray Seabrook ran a little bit wide and allowed the big fella to swamp all over him there.
Terry Morris and Garth Williams having a really good battle there too. It's just heading down into the top of the S's at the moment.
Yes. Garth Williams from Team Arse Up.
No prizes for working out where that name came from.
Oh, And that's pretty adventurous for the last pair there. Metcalf takes a comfortable win. Neil Weddell, Lek Bodinack, and Daylight back to
Murray Seabrook, could it be? Is it Murray?
No, I think Murray got past. Yeah, it's Nick Berry. Nick's easy to spot. He's 11 foot tall. You know?
So what happened to Murray? I'm still looking for him.
Don't know.
He's just coming off the end of the straight now. So.
No, that's Terry Morris and Garth Williams. Here he is.
Oh, almost coasting. I don't know if he's definitely got a mechanical of some sort.
So they'll let him run back down the hill.
Yes, Murray dropped from 4th to 9th on the last lap, so certainly the bike having some issues. Lucky to finish the race, actually.
Hello. Yes.
So riders just coming back in, looking for the next group to go out. That should be the Group 9. I see Jeremy Huddleston coming out now on the TZ250, bike number 40. Jesse Woods, bike 314, is riding the production-based CBR 250. Put in a really good ride in race 1. Be lovely to see a dry line up here. There's hardly any rain falling that I can see. Maybe a couple of very, very light drops, but not enough for a dry line at the moment. So I think it may be wishful thinking that we might have a dry race today. Murray Seabrook just making his way back down pit lane with that after that mechanical issue from the previous race. Bike 68 is Shane Wilcox just making his way out. That's a Honda RS125. Certainly would have been nice to see some of these bikes run on a dry track, because some of the Yamaha TZ250s, very, very capable race bikes, and I don't know what the lap record is here from back in the day, but they certainly are a very, very quick motorcycle.
Want to know when the sidecars are.
So Doug just informing us that there's a few interstate guests listening in, so hello to them. Wish you were here. But since you can't be, great to have you at least being able to tune in via YouTube and listen to the commentary. And hopefully we've got a couple of cameras working, so you might get some idea of what's going on here. But we'll do our best to keep you updated anyway. So Taran Ocean down there, bike 69, he was the winner of the previous race. Sorry, the first race. Maybe I'm getting you mixed up in another group, because I think Kio Watson did get the better of him in the last time he was out. Anyway, he's definitely one to look out for. Bike 69, the fluo orange.
Kio Watson is on pole. Jeremy Blanston is second fastest. Tate Coghill, Taran Ocean, Jesse Woods, Michael Tizaukowicz, Sean Rugan, Lek Bodinak, Garth Newton, Andrew Coghill and Shane Wilcox was what we had to qualify. We've got 2, 4, 7, 8, 9 bikes out there, I think. Yeah, conditions, it's not raining at the moment by the look of it, but it's still damp.
Yeah, I think that's the best descriptor. Damp. It's not wet.
Yeah, just like being in the old country.
At least for our flag marshals and officials standing up there, it's probably a bit of a reprieve. Talking to some of them at lunchtime, they had blue hands and they were wet through and cold. It's not a lot of fun. Only made better by being a spectator of some good racing. So as I was saying, I think the battle here is going to be with bike 43 on pole.
Taran Ocean on 69 looked pretty good in the earlier race.
Of course, Tate Coghill as well on P3. But we are racing Taran Ocean not away that well, but certainly Tate Coghill's got a blinder. He's got a nice little gap as they run into turn 1.
Yeah, the 250 got away nicely.
Taran Ocean has made up a lot of ground going now around the outside of Jesse Woods through the S's. He's loving that run into turn 2.
I'm just watching them now. Tate Coghill should leap away on the 250. Pulls 4 bike lengths maybe, but it's the 2 little 125s. Second and third down the drop they come towards this left-hander. Now Coghill should pull away from these boys. And yeah, fractionally, but Kio Watson doing a fabulous job. Kio Watson looks for the inside into the left-hander. Looks for the inside, then tries on the outside.
Yeah, and you're always going to get through. In the meantime, Taran Ocean's looking to pick up the pieces of any issues in front of him. In fact, he's reeled the 2 in front. So now it's a group of 3 running into the S's.
As they just drop down here, goes to the outside.
Oh, that's
still on
move.
The outside, and it's a long way around there, but and pulls 4 bike lengths.
Oh, look at the extra speed up the hill.
So it was 125 against 250, and the 250's back in front. Tate Coghill's the race leader. Kio Watson's in that second spot. Taran Ocean's in third, separated by not very much. As my old mate Bill Petrie used to say, you could throw a blanket over these leading 3.
The 125 certainly having an easier time of it through the corners and under brakes, but the 250 showing its advantage up the hill as we just saw.
Carrying heaps of corner speed. Kio Watson on the 125, with Taran Ocean as well. They're still separated by very, very little. Tate Coghill.
Problem the 125s have is they're vulnerable on the back straight for the last lap, so they really need to get clear of the 250 and put a gap on it before the last lap.
But the 250 just opens the tap, gone.
It probably means an overtake into turn 1 to try and gap it before the straights.
Yes.
Easy for us to say. Kio Watson putting a lot of pressure on, but just loses that touch down the back straight.
But out of here, he just gets blown away. Taran Ocean staying with them.
But strong under brakes. He's back on his back wheel again here, so he's certainly a chance of overtaking to turn 1. I think
he likes the outside, like just trying to carry the corner speed.
It's just getting close enough because the start finish straight's just enough for the 250 to put another bike
Yes.
length. Oh, into 2. Yep. Beautiful move.
Kio Watson takes the lead. Taran Ocean is right there with them. He's going to duff up Take Coghill.
And last lap, and that's exactly what I was saying. He needed to gap in before the back straight, and he's done exactly that.
Well, Brendan Ferrari's got the last lap board out, so they're less than half a lap to go. Down the hill they come. Now, I don't think the 250 can come back from there.
No, I think Kio Watson's played that to absolute perfection.
Oh, that's astounding. Where is Take Coghill?
Well, he's just fallen off on the back straight.
Oh,
so
I can see the bike now.
I can only assume that he's high-sided coming out of
the bike's straight through here.
Yep, and the bike ran on by itself.
So Take Coghill.
He's up. He's on his feet, so that's the important thing.
He's up on his feet.
But yeah, I think he spun it up coming onto the back straight,
yes.
potentially, unless he's had contact with Taran Ocean. We couldn't see from here because it's just a section of track we can't pick up.
So Kio Watson takes the win. Taran Ocean comes home in second. Jesse Woods in third spot.
Oh, Craig Rugen just about getting Lek Budenak on the line.
So yeah, Lek just hung on from Sean there.
Bit of last lap pressure there, though. That's what I guess hard racing will do.
But Kio Watson played that perfectly.
He absolutely did.
In that last half a lap. Andrew Coghill going through. He would have seen his son's bike on the side, but there he is walking back to the bike, so Tate's obviously okay. There's probably a bit of blasphemy and bad language under that visor.
Yeah, well, it's great he's okay because it's a fast run through that corner.
And you'd have to be doing 140 kilometres an hour.
Well, in the wet, probably something like that.
Yeah.
I think it's around the 160-ish mark in
Okay.
the dry.
Yeah.
But as I say, I did see the bike continuing on by itself for some time.
Yes.
So I'm thinking he's had a bit of a rear wheel spin up and fallen off the side of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, we just can't see, just for that little rise, where the spectators are there.
Look, obviously he's okay, and I think the bike had a reasonably soft landing because it ran on by itself and then fell over in the grass. So hopefully that means they can be back. Certainly for their sake, I hope they can be.
Well, I don't know if they probably do have a spare bike, I'm guessing. They've got 2 125s and they've got 2 250s.
Yes, very impressive though from Kio Watson. As you say, played it to perfection.
But he's smart.
Oh yeah.
He's not taking anything away from his riding, but he's a smart rider. So this next event, they'll have to clear up.
He may be able to roll it across the track. There is a pit entry just up in front of him.
Yes.
So hopefully that means if race officials are okay with that, it may not mean the recovery vehicle.
And he's running to get back, and the recovery vehicle's 100 meters behind him.
Yeah.
So we've not really lost any time with that incident.
No, sure enough, straight back through that pit entry. So that's great. And other than missing a windscreen, the bike looks to be reasonably intact. In fact, he almost rode it back. Disappointed, of course, but still put it in a fantastic race. I think we spoke too soon this morning about having a good run.
Well, we got through the whole of the first session, and it's just, that's racing. And we just so we've just got a little delay while we get the bikes on the dummy grid. They've just called it for 2 minutes. Just looking at the time, it's 4:15. I don't know what time we're going to run till, hopefully get through everything.
We're at Group 10. How many have we got?
3.
Another 3 to go. I think 5 o'clock would be
Close.
probably as far as they'd want to run. So you'd hope, barring any other issues, that they'll manage that.
Touch wood.
Touch wood, yes.
So John Hughes down there on the
VFR 400 or NC30. It's a technical model.
Noel Heenan out there on his machine. He wearing the Jack Finley helmet style. Yeah. Because he comes from Marupna in central Victoria, where Jack Finley came from.
Okay.
So, and Noel actually owns the bike that Jack won the World Championship on.
So probably the 2 to keep an eye on. Our race winner and pole sitter is bike 72, Jason Spencer.
Yes.
And bike 82, Lockie Curtis, the red VFR 400. So those two went head to head or toe to toe in the first race, and Jason Spencer just getting the better of Lockie. Jason giving the confidence thumbs up, so he's hopefully feeling relaxed and confident.
Now I'm just looking down at the tyres there. Darren Trotter's got an intermediate on the rear. Full wet. Jason Spencer just lurking at the back there, wants to follow them around. He was the man on pole position.
Yeah, and he followed Lockie Curtis to the last lap and put a very nice overtake on to claim the victory. So interesting to see if Lockie can turn the tables and who else might want to join the party at the front.
Yes, well, there's a couple of old stagers out there having a go. Like I said, Noel Heenan is, I don't know how many candles he has on his birthday cake, but he's on 4 boxes, and there's 20 in a packet.
So I think bike 82, Lockie Curtis, he probably got the whole shot in the last race, so he certainly can launch that.
Is he a young fella?
Yes, he is.
I was just going by the hair hanging out, the mullet at the back. Yeah, Stephanie's there. Darren Trotter's there. The little Glen Kettle on that really pretty NS400.
Keep an eye out for Jonathan Hughes on the outside of the second row, bike 7.
Yes, and he's got nobody in front of him. So,
Exactly. So ready for a start. It looks like Jason Spencer this time is going to pick up the lead into turn 1 from Lockie Curtis.
Tim Pott from about the 3rd row. He's up to 4th at the moment. He's got Glenn Kettle in front of him.
And then Jonathan Hughes.
Yeah, so Hughes with his nose in front at the moment, but Spencer right on his tail.
Yeah, so the tables turned from the previous race where it was Lockie Curtis leading Jason Spencer. So now Lockie Curtis is going to get a chance to sit back and have a look at Spencer and see if he can put a move on him.
Well, they're separated by next to nothing there. Down the hill they go. They've already pulled a 2nd and a bit back to 3rd spot, which is Glenn Kettle. No, it's Tim Pott, sorry. Tim Pott, then Glenn Kettle.
Oh, Lockie Curtis looking for a run up the inside through the sweeper. Would have been a brave move. He's certainly looking for a way through.
Just pushing along there. Spencer on the outside. This is a great little dice out the front. They're cleared off. 5 seconds gap back to our 3rd place man, just Tim Pott. He's well clear of the 2 fellas behind him.
Certainly doesn't look like Lockie Curtis is going to wait till the last lap to put a move on. He's looking for any opportunity he can get. And he may need to take that on Jason Spencer because Jason's not going to leave the door open. He likes this opening you can see through the sweeper, but gee, it would be a big move to get it done.
Still quite damp. I was just watching. There's a little bit of water coming off the tyres. Well, the next 3 is Tim Pott and John Hughes and Glenn Kettle. They're well clear of the next little group, which is Darren Trotter, but he's under the pump from Stephanie Capelwiley. She's not going as well on the bigger bike as she was on the 250, but she certainly rode well on that. But Darren Trotter's got his nose in front of her, but just leading her up the hill, and then it's daylight, then back to the next little group, which is I think it's Mick Damon.
Lockie Curtis looking for a run up the inside into 1. That's going to be big.
These 2 desperate. That's the lap board for them, so they're going to get fair income now.
I can only imagine Lockie's going to try under brakes at the end of the back straight.
Well, separated by a couple of bike lengths. Over the top they go. Drop down towards the left-hander. And it's pretty quick from there on in. Are they going to catch this lap rider?
Possibly. So it's going to be a big lunge from Lockie Curtis here, or a right
lap rider right on the entry onto the last turn. Both of them through cleanly. Dragged to the line. No. Pencil in 72 from 82. Jason Spencer from Lockie.
Not from lack of trying.
No.
I think Lockie gave that his all, but certainly having a lap rider on the last lap didn't help. Jonathan Hughes getting the better of Tim Pott.
on the last lap, that was good. Glenn Kettle's next. and Darren Trotter got duffed up by Stephanie. So there was nothing in that little pair all the way through.
It's Garth Newton there from Mick Damon, is it? Yes,
Yes,
it is
on
Mick.
5.
By 5.
Yes, Mick Damon's done some laps, I suppose, over the years.
I'd say so. He was certainly heading up the fields out here in the 80s.
Yes. I did a little bit of stuff with Judy McDonald at one time, and Judy had Mick's lap board, and it just Mick Damon's lap board, and we must have used it for a couple of seasons, I reckon. When Judy was on she was on a Proddy bike, and then the Grand Prix 250.
That's correct, yep.
And then she bought a super bike, a ZX7.
Yeah, I don't recall that. I remember the Proddy bike and the GP bike.
Yes, I checked up the other day. I said, yeah, is Dave Bell still around?
Yeah.
Judy's dad.
Yeah. Dave used to run, I can't remember what chassis it was, but it had, I think, a YZ250 engine in it. Some sort of hybrid.
Yeah. I remember him turning up at Phillip Island with a 500. Might have been a Suzuki or something like that. And he'd never been to Phillip Island before. And he said, just look at that. He said, that's just magic, down the straight.
It's probably one of the best views
yes.
in motor racing, going down that straight and having the ocean open up in front of you. Not too much time to enjoy the panorama, though.
No.
It's a quick run through there into turn 1.
Yes, it always surprises me. People ask, what do you do going through turn 1? And I remember Johnny Allen racing the Harleys. He said, no, you just don't roll off.
Yeah.
And he didn't.
Wow.
But there were lots of people tried to do it and got all sorts of out of shape. Now, Andrew Coghill's going out on the 125 this time. Let's see if I can see Tate. Oh, we've got the 2 Harleys and the side valve BSA. Lindsay Russell on the DT125. Andrew Coghill's on the RS125 Grand Prix bike. Terry Morris is on the 125 Honda. Des Heaney's out there on his little. Well, it says it's a Beanley, but it's not.
Well, there's Tate Coghill rolled up.
Oh, Tate is there.
Yeah,
that's
great to see.
That's great. Bit of mud on his back, but Taron Ocean's there. And Kio Watson.
Just looking at Taron Ocean talking to Tate. They're obviously talking about the incident in the previous race, and Taron with hand movements describe exactly what we suspected. It was a spin up at the rear and flicked Tate over the bars. So luckily he's in one piece because it's a quick one.
So they'd be the front runners on the 125s, those 3. Kio Watson wants to get out of it. He doesn't want to be mates with anyone till the end. Till the end of this. Yeah. Talk to me in 5 minutes' time.
Well, it's great to see the way he approaches his racing. He's clearly, as you said, a smart racer and a dedicated racer, and he goes out there with the focus that he needs. He knows what he wants to do. Yeah, racing should be about hitting the play button. You know how you want it to play out.
Yes. So we're getting some pictures of the Harleys there, photographer down there. Both the hand change Harleys. We do this hand change championship. I think it's in 3 states or 4 states these days. Harleys versus Indians, and it's great racing. I think we had 20 of them the other week at the Southern Classic. Yes, I think they're 3-speed gearboxes. Yes, I love watching the guys that start from the back of the grid and then just carve the way through towards the front. We mentioned Graham Morris years ago. Graham always did it. He was, I'll catch you here, I'll pass you inside, outside, no hesitation.
Yep.
But it worked for him.
I was just thinking about the mismatch of machines in this race. You've got Honda RS125 GP bikes against Harley Davidson.
Yes, it's a shame that there's not enough.
Yeah,
like I said, we had 20 Harleys and Indians the other week.
You just wouldn't get 2 more opposite motorcycles than a 125 2-stroke GP bike.
In the South Australian Championships, they put the vintage bikes in, and we get, I think it's a 1928 Indian with 4-valve heads on it, and it takes off the line and monos.
Oh, really?
Monos in first, into second, and the little 125s bogged down, and then eventually, in 4 or 5 laps, they can catch it, but they've got to work hard.
Well, this is another fascinating one coming up, I think. Kio Watson, Tate Coghill, and Taron Ocean.
But just keep an eye on 78 in the middle of the 3rd row. Chris Lang on that side valve BSA. The bike that shouldn't really be there, but it is, and he's fast, and he gets blinding starts. But he got pinged for 10 seconds this morning. But,
yeah, a bit too blinding.
No, it'll be the same again.
Good start from all front row, and you're absolutely right there, Doug. What a blinding start.
Up to fourth place, and the little 125. Now we go.
Hand up from somebody. They've got an issue. Hopefully they'll be able to run off and the race can continue. But Taron Ocean has managed to pick up the lead from Kio Watson.
So Chris Lang back to 6th.
I think Taron Ocean ran a bit wide there.
Yeah.
Kio Watson certainly managed to get up the inside of him.
Yeah, if you get a chance, go for it. That's Ross Balding back to the pits on the WLA Harley. I think that bike's got a 4-speed gearbox. Yeah, the hand change. So Watson from Ocean, from Tate Coghill. Andrew Coghill's next. Lindsay Russell. Lindsay Russell in front of the Bianca Bonner coming through there. And she's chased down by Des Heaney.
Gap at the front just starting to stretch out a little. Kio Watson maybe just eking out half a second or so. So the pressure's now on Taran Ocean, who's I think has to try and turn the tables to maintain the points. There is an Australian title on the line here.
Yeah, it's a big ask from there. I think he's a couple of seconds behind. Tate Coghill's maybe 5 seconds behind the second place man. And then it's daylight, then back to...
Lindsay Russell, is it?
No, that's Andrew Coghill.
Andrew Coghill, beg your pardon. Now it's Lindsay Russell.
Lindsay on that little DT 125. It shouldn't be doing what it does.
Kio Watson really opening up that gap now. I don't know if Taran Ocean's got a bit of an issue.
We've got a couple of people handing signals out there. So Kio's got +4 on the board. Taran Ocean got the better of Bianca Bonner that lap. Tate goes through, being chased down by his old man. This is Terry Morris pushing the little Honda back. Oh, he's having a shocking weekend, Terry Morris. But all his crew here this weekend. Tony O'Connor from Eldorado Seats come to give him a bit of a hand all the way from Adelaide. But they've been mates for years. So the side valve bees. So Kio Watson with a massive lead.
Yeah, I think Taran Ocean's lucky to keep this bike going. It looked like it was almost stopped on the back straight. He's just coasting to the line, so disappointing for Taran. Pumps the air, but I think there's got to be a bit of disappointment there if he did have a mechanical.
Might have just rolled off because he was that far behind, and he was that far in front of third place man Tate Coghill.
Quite possibly.
Bianca Bonner crosses the line on her Harley. Shane Wilcox just comes across just in front of Lindsay Russell. The pickup vehicle's moving. I didn't see where somebody stopped. Chris Lang hands on from Walter Murphy. So we've got the 500s out there. Oh, the TT500 down there at Jamie Banks. I better mention Lee's Spot on Motorcycles out there in Mount Pleasant in South Australia. I don't know if Lee will be listening to the streaming of this.
Suddenly makes some noise, doesn't it? You can
Yes, it'd rattle your fillings out, that,
I
wouldn't
reckon.
it?
Hopefully he's wearing some hear-safe earplugs.
Yes.
But, yeah, good sound.
Well, the XT500. Just waiting for the recovery vehicle over the top of the circuit. Yeah, big thanks to all our hard-working officials today. We've got, I'm not going to say a cast of thousands, but we've got plenty of people. Our corner stewards that have stood out there in the rain this morning. Our start line crew, pickup vehicle, our ambulance, we had to use them. Our scrutineers. Big thanks to the girls in the canteen this morning for all their hard work. Yeah. This time yesterday they were selling ice cream. Des Heaney's probably the last man home. Yes, everybody down there in race control, our steward, our clerk of the course.
Not the easiest jobs either. You
No.
generally only hear from people when they have a problem or a complaint.
Yes.
But big thanks to them. It's a tough job.
Yes, and it's always a problem at the historic racing, you know. So the young guns want to win and they will protest and do all that sort of stuff. The old boys couldn't care less. If you beat me, well, I might beat you next time. Yeah. Yeah. And we'll have a beer. Ready for the Bermotta's out there this time. Kev Stevens and Jamie Banks. They had a great little race earlier today.
They certainly did. Looking forward to this.
And it's like there's not much there. 500cc, a TR500 in the Bermotta frame, and then the TT2 Ducati. I think Stevens' bike looked a fraction quicker on the straight, but there wasn't much in it.
No, in fact, if I remember correctly, I think I picked Jamie for the win from second place. So I'm hoping for another really, really tight battle at the front. It's very entertaining.
So they make their way around on the warm-up lap. Very, very overcast at the minute, but it's actually, there's no water falling out of the sky. The helicopter came over before, and apparently the helicopter was for drying the nets on the cherries.
Had a bit of work to do. Wow.
Yes. No wonder they're $20 a kilo.
Yeah.
So we've got 6 different bikes on the first 2 rows. We've got the Bermotta, the TT2, the 4-cylinder. We've got the XT, the RD350, and the Ducati Panther. And then 3 SRs behind, XTs and SRs.
Oh, looks like Jamie Banks certainly got the better of
Anthony Stevens.
It is Anthony Stevens in second, and that's Ronald Funk third, is it?
Yes. But he's getting the hurry up. That's Neil Weddle in that 4th spot, and he's all over the back of him. I'm guessing the 4-cylinder will out-accelerate the single cylinder. I must be telepathic. Yes, it's not much in them. Just watching the boys now. Jamie Banks with his nose in front.
Yeah, good straight line speed there from the under brakes as well. Closes right up. So great job there from Anthony Stevens on the first lap to close down that lead. We might be in for another nail biter here. Jamie Banks will lead though over the start finish line for the first time.
Kiwi Kev looks for the inside. And no.
I was impressed with the speed down the back straight though, so he may be able to use that to his advantage. But that's Neil Weddle now in third. What happened to Ronald Funk?
Yeah, he's back in 4th.
Oh, okay, he's dropped off the timing, so he's still there, that's good.
So let's just watch Stevens come down the hill, trying to chase down Jamie Banks.
He's very strong under brakes as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a move at the end of the back straight.
Well, yeah, that's not close enough to make any difference, I don't think.
There's also a yellow flag down there because there's a rider down, so that is
dear.
going to play its part here.
So Stevens closes the gap, or Kiwi Kev as they call him. The Bermotta with the TR500 in it, all over the back of Jamie Banks on the Ducati. Good little dice. Stevens comes right onto the back of him. We better mention Ord's Motorcycles in Ararat. We better mention Lee Banks at Lee's Spot On Motorcycles in Mount Pleasant. But so Stevens has dropped off the back now by that's probably half a second.
Yeah, I think I know why Ronald Funk dropped down the timing screen, because that's him parked in the dirt at the end of the back straight.
Oh.
I think I can't pick the bike, but I'm suspecting that's why he's not in the timing.
It's got stickers on a white tank.
Jamie Banks holding on, last lap board, so it's...
it's Ray Birchall who's up to 4th place then. Well, there's still nothing in them now. Stevens has come back at Jamie Banks. That's certainly snapping at his heels. Up the rise they go.
Opportunities quickly evaporating though. Yellow flag at the top of the hill, yellow flag at the end of the back straight. So really not working out well for an overtaking opportunity.
Last lap board being shown there. There was a good little battle as Alan Elder crossed the line with Gavin Lewis there.
Overtake on the back straight for the lead, so he's managed to do it before the yellow flag. That's really good work. So Anthony Stevens spinning up a bit.
Stevens with his nose in front. Jamie Banks is going to have to settle for second. So very smart from the man from New Zealand. So you can pencil 212 into your program from number 38. Number 5 will be next, just in front of 117, Ray Birchall. And it's never over till it's over. I'm just watching these two. Gavin Lewis with his nose in front at the moment. Dragged to the line. Alan Elder will have to finish behind Gavin. They've had a great little battle further back through the field.
Looks like a couple of bikes to pick up. One up at the top of the hill there, up at Suckers. Not sure who that was, but we did see the yellow flags waving, and one at the end of the back straight. So whether or not that needs collecting or can be wheeled across the track. But both recovery vehicles out on track, so it'll take just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I can't quite pick who that is. It's just on the drop down there, but that's the farthest point from where we are, I suppose. Ron Rickards, yeah. 44.
So kindly, the weather's let up right at the end of the day.
So we must be headed for about beer o'clock. It's now 9 minutes to 5 by me.
Yeah, I think we've only got the sidecars to run, but I'll let race control make that decision, not me.
So we've got one more race to go. Just get that pickup done. We'll be done very shortly after 5 o'clock. Well, it's still very, very cloudy here. The rain seems to have stopped. The track's not drying. There's I can't see a dry line, really.
No. Yeah, wishful thinking, I think.
Maybe we should have sent the sidecars out first. The Isle of Man solution.
Yeah. There's not even much breeze to speak of to help dry the track out.
Well, we'll just hope for something a bit nicer tomorrow. So first race will be on the track at 9 o'clock in the morning. So if you're coming out tomorrow, bikes on the track at 9 a.m. Same format as today. We've had this will be the 26th race for the day. We'll have 26 races tomorrow. We lost a little bit of time when we had the oil spill, but
yes, and of course the incident with Scott Campbell there falling off at the bottom of the hill.
so again, big thanks to everybody for all their hard work today in not very good conditions. It's not terribly cold, but
well, not up here. It's not.
I've not taken my jumper off all day, but
I did mention before at lunchtime I saw a few officials coming back in for lunch with blue hands.
yes.
But I was just asked to remind people that we do have pizza and pasta here at 6 o'clock tonight. So please do hang around and have something to eat, have a drink, and have a chat, and a bit of talk about how the day went. So please don't head off too soon, and remember, the hot food's arriving around 6 o'clock.
Probably just about go. A little bit of hot food, I think. I had breakfast this morning, but I didn't have lunch.
So recovery van returning. Hopefully we're not going to be too far away.
So the recovery van from the Sports Riders Club of Tasmania. I'm just waiting for the sidecars to make their way out. I'm just looking down there.
Sweeping the track off down there at the end of the back straight. So I don't know if that means there's oil or maybe one of the crash bikes did drag. Get there in a minute. A little mud onto the track. As I was going to mention before that not only is riding in the wet quite tricky, but one thing the riders often complain about is just how cold you get.
Yes.
Your leathers get sodden. Unless you have wet weather gear over the top, it can become quite an uncomfortable day.
I remember Barry Sheen riding with kitchen gloves over the top of the leather gloves.
Absolutely.
Just to keep the rain off.
He came up with quite a few interesting little changes like that. He used to use helmet visors down the back of his leathers as a form of back protector.
Okay.
And apparently that started the whole theme of back protectors. So quite a thinker was Barry.
Yes, and he was big on safety. He refused to go to the Isle of Man. He didn't think the Isle of Man was safe enough when it was still a World Championship event.
I think my favourite picture of Barry is him sitting on the grid. He's got a hole drilled in the mouthpiece of his helmet,
having a cigarette.
Yeah, having a cigarette on the line on the start of a race.
He smoked those dirty, filthy French Gaulois. Yeah. and finished up dying of throat cancer.
So the kitchen gloves. I think he actually convinced it was either Michael Doohan or Wayne Garden or somebody like that to wear a pair in a race once.
And it sounds stupid, but they come in several sizes, and
probably offer quite good grip. Keep your hands dry.
I don't know if they were the Marigold brand that they used to have in England, but
who knows?
Because Sheen was one of the first guys as well to have multiple sponsors on the leathers.
Is that right?
Yeah. Oh dear.
Oh, that's seen better days.
That's more than a cut and polish.
Yeah, had a bit of a roll through the dirt. Yeah, Akai, Ford Trust,
Daft Trucks,
Daft Trucks, yeah.
Men Only magazine,
Brute 33.
Brute 33. I was living in England at the time, and he used to advertise it on TV, the Brute 33. You splash it on all over. Final race of the day.
John Wilmore, the man in form. And, we were talking before about which machines were fitted with wet tyres. I think there are still a few slicks out there.
Tom Davis didn't do much today. I don't think he did a lap this morning. So we've just got 5 outfits out over here. On number 8, Lindsay Seabrook with Irene Basheev, Tom Davis and Jim Davis on their ZX10, Adrian Van Nuta and Mark Hollingsworth on their GSX 1100, John Wilmore and Jeremy Archer on their GSX 1000, and Alan Smith and Mark Greaves on their 1200cc GSX. So just a 4-lap journey for the Sidecar boys and girls. Sorry, I forgot about Irene with Lindsay. So I don't know what the problem was with the Davis machine earlier today.
No, it's just good to see them back out there. Of course, different style of machine again.
The long bike.
Yes, they call them a worm. Is that a worm?
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I don't know what sort of frame it might be.
No, I don't know.
I might try and get a look in the morning, perhaps.
Well, I'm told they're called a worm because of the way they move on the track.
Yes. He's certainly starting well back. Away they go. Adrian Van Nuta gets a blinder of a start, and he's going to be second up the hill for this first lap. Gets his nose in front of his sparring partner there, Alan Smith. So they're both members of the Mount Gambier Club, both live in the Mount Gambier. But our race leader is John Wilmore and Jeremy Archer.
Yeah, getting a bit sideways there, coming out of the S's, but all under control.
Well, it's probably the driest it's been.
I think so. There's certainly no lying water around.
No, but it's still damp. So John Wilmore doing a good job down the hill he goes on number 60. He's got Adrian Van Nuta and Alan Smith, and they're side by side. Adrian Van Nuta's on the red bike, Alan Smith's on the black bike.
Oh, a bit of a change position, squeezing up the inside. It's pretty tight.
The passenger right out in the dirt there. So Alan Smith takes over second place from Adrian.
Oh, out in the grass.
And Alan's out in the dirt again. So, and they're not bothered about winning. This is just about beating each other.
Yeah.
They travelled over together.
No holding back.
Yeah. And Scotty Seabrook's catching them. Scotty Seabrook, that's who used to own the bike.
Yeah.
Lindsay Seabrook is catching those two boys in front.
Good to see Tom Davis still circulating, so they've sorted out whatever issue they had from race 1.
We've got a couple of sidecar people having a look. I can see Neil Turner wanting to have a look down there. So John Wilmore got a comfortable little lead back to Alan Smith. Alan Smith has just got away from Adrian Van Utert, but Lindsay Seabrook's right there with him.
Doing a great job, isn't he?
Yes, he rode a couple of weeks ago at the Southern Classic.
Just didn't think Alan Smith's outfit sounded that healthy, kept crossing the line that time. Be interesting to see if he manages to complete the race. Still going fast enough.
Well, the leader's just getting away fractionally. It's that 3 seconds, I suppose. Maybe 4. Adrian Van Utert's behind Alan Smith, so he's not going to catch him. So there'll be a story about this in the Border Watch at Mount Gambier. Local men go to Tasmania. Seabrook's pretty quick down the drop into this left-hander before the back straight.
So the looks like the last lap forward is being readied. Yes, it is. So John Wilmore will get the last lap.
John Wilmore with Jeremy Archer in the chair.
Yes.
Alan Smith's got Mark Greaves in the chair with him. Adrian Van Utert's got Mark Hollingsworth. And Lindsay Seabrook with Irene Baksheev in the chair with him. She's doing a great job. She's on the front exit bike. It's a lot of work for a passenger.
Yeah, doing a great job, aren't they? I don't know they're going to be able to get an overtake on the last lap. They've certainly closed the gap down, but getting a pass on is something different.
Yeah, because it's an 836 Honda against an 1100 Suzuki.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a generation later, or sort of a generation later, and down on horsepower.
Yeah, as you can see down the straight right now.
Yep.
But very good under brakes. John Wilmore will
comfortable
win.
win.
Oh, is there a challenge coming? We can go around the outside.
Lindsay Seabrook side by side. He'll not out-grunt the big Suzuki up the little rise there, but Alan Smith comes home in second spot. Adrian Van Utert nearly got the fright of his life there.
Yeah. And Tom Davis will pick up fifth place.
I don't know whether they're both Davises, Tom and Jamie. Are they brothers, father and sons, or something?
I think brothers, but I'm not going to say it with any.
I'll try and find out. Well, that concludes our racing today. We'll be back at 9 in the morning.
Be lovely to say it's going to be a dry day. We're going to be hopeful.
We've got the helicopter flying over, drying the cherries.
Fingers crossed for some more good racing tomorrow.
Yes, we've got apparently beer and pizza and pasta and all sorts of things down in the bar.
Yep. So if you are on the hill, you're most welcome to come down and have some food. Join in the chat and the drinks and the food. So please, if you're not in a hurry to get away, come on down.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. I've had a lovely day.
It's been great. It's been dry and warm in here. All right. Well, I look forward to being back bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you, Doug, and we'll sign off for now. See you all in the morning.